Today, a U.S. attorney talking about healthcare fraud, all kinds of things, a lot of interviews as well. We've got a busy day ahead of us, especially for a Friday. So we hope you join us here on Fox 35 News Plus coming up in about 20 seconds.
Inside voices, Garrett. Tell her to use the inside voice.
Right.
While you're sitting there in your little desk.
You know who is one of the loudest people I think who works here, but I love him.
Who's that?
TJ Springer. I adore TJ.
Great. You can always hear him chit-chatting right behind that area, and it brings me joy. Happy Friday.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Oh, good morning and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. It is already shaping up to be a busy Friday. Let me give you a live look right now as we are hearing from Congressman Maxwell Frost speaking live in Orlando right now, who talking about the Supreme Court's decision yesterday to allow the Trump administration to end TPS for Haitian and Syrian immigrants. And so Florida, we know, is home to a large community of Haitians who are here under that temporary protected status. So Congressman Frost taking some questions and speaking about that now. We'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. But right now, let me get you live to Lakeland High School, where Governor Ron DeSantis and, as you see here, Education Commissioner Anastasios Kamoutsas are speaking right now, talking about some education topics. And still, this news conference has been going on for about 40 minutes or so. We expect the governor to take some questions here in a few minutes as well. So let's go ahead and listen in live from Lakeland.
Where they're at the beginning of the year, in that initial 30 days when we review and assess the student and see, okay, where are they struggling? What are their strengths? And then you assess them again in the middle of the school year to see, okay, was there growth? If there was not, we need to provide immediate intervention, and we need to make sure that the student is learning. And then you measure them again at the end of the year to ensure that what you did in the middle of the year was actually successful. And the way it was before, you'd wait to the end of the year, as the governor said, and then the summer started. You didn't really have an opportunity to be able to provide the appropriate interventions to that student. Sure, some of the students were able to go to summer school, but that wasn't always the case, and so you lost a generation of students, and it just breaks my heart to think about those students were not receiving the services that they needed to get to where they needed to be. So we talked about English and we talked about math, but I want to talk about civics and science as well, because 60% of our students who are in 5th grade were also able to demonstrate proficiency in science. 74% of our students were able to demonstrate proficiency in biology. That's up 4 percentage points from just last year. And with civics, we are very proud of civics. The governor talked about the speech and debate initiative. He talked about the Civics Seal of Excellence that gives teachers a $3,000 stipend, which is huge for them. But we have a wait list still for that Civics Seal of Excellence because of how popular it is. And I appreciate the legislature continuously funding that program. Because we are seeing the results. 76% of our students are scoring on or above grade level in civics, which is an increase of 6 percentage points from last year. And 73% of the students are scoring on or above grade level in U.S. history, which is an increase of 3 percentage points from last year. And so we are very proud of the progress that Florida students have made, and the momentum continues to build across schools in this state. Florida's student-centered approach is driving real results and has positioned our state as a national leader in education. Progress monitoring is very popular, not just with us at the state, not just with the lawmakers, but we have heard, and I'm excited to hear remarks here from school board member Kate Wallace, because we have heard from parents, we have heard from teachers, we have heard from school board members and superintendents who have told us this is working, this is making a difference. There's always going to be attacks when something is first rolled out, but I think we're at a point now that people realize this is an amazing policy that was championed, and it's really making a difference in the lives of students across the state. So thank you so much for being here to celebrate with you, to celebrate with us, and God bless you all.
Good morning. For those of you visiting here, first I'd like to welcome you to Lakeland High School, home of the Dreadnoughts, and also one of Polk County's crown gems in the Harrison School for the Arts. I just got to witness 4 of our students from Harrison School of the Arts earn Arts for Life scholarships from Governor and Mrs. Kalimba Bush, or Governor Jeb Bush and Kalimba Bush, and that was the first time in the 27-year history that 4 of the 35 scholarships awarded were from Polk County. So I want to congratulate the teachers and staff and students here, and also I'd like to acknowledge some of our City of Lakeland leaders that are here too. First and foremost, our Mayor, Sarah Roberts McCarley, who is a former PTO mom here at Lakeland and Harrison. So thank you for helping to build the school what it is and now our community, as well as Commissioner Guy Lalonde. Thank you, sir, for being here. And I'm making sure I didn't miss anybody else from the Lakeland City Commission, but thank you all for your leadership and your partnership. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Commissioner, and our legislature. We're so excited to have you all here and to celebrate in this great success. And while the district-specific numbers are not out yet, we feel very confident here in Polk County that we're going to have a lot of smiling faces and much to celebrate. And I'd also first like to thank our school board, my colleagues on the school board, Chair Justin Sharpless, Vice Chair Travis Keys, Sarah Beth Wyatt, Kay Fields, and also our board members that aren't here with us today, Lisa Miller and Dr. William Allen. Our board is focused on our motto, students first, and we believe that this data is going to show that our district is moving in the right direction, and we really thank all Polk County parents. You have choices. We embrace those choices. We're working hard to bring you more quality, innovative options as we speak, but we really appreciate it when you trust us and entrust us with your child's education, and we want to earn your trust every year through showing, through objective measures, that we deserve that trust and that your child is getting a quality education. Like the Commissioner and Governor said, the move to progress monitoring was great because it's helping our adults in the system, the parents and the students as they age, see exactly how they stack up, where they're doing well, where they need improvement, and all the time that is spent around assessment is not in vain because we can react to it in real time. And some people don't like testing. Testing isn't always fun for everybody. I remember very well taking lots of tests, but the same reasons that we take our children to the doctor from the day that they're born and hopefully while they're in the womb. But every year and frequently we take them to the doctor, we get labs, we get assessments, we get pricked. Those are not fun, but we do that because we want to make sure that health is trending in the right direction. And if it looks great, then we can celebrate that and keep doing what we're doing. If we see disturbing signs or concerning signs, we follow up and we get to the root cause to intervene. That's exactly why we progress monitor, and that's exactly what we're seeing here in Polk County. I also want to thank our superintendent, Fred Hyde, and he has experience having worked at the Florida Department of Education as an accountability chief, and that was one of my favorite attributes about his background when he came to Polk County with us 5 years ago now, Superintendent, because that let me know, as I was a private citizen at the time, but that was going to be and remains his top priority, and he and his cabinet and our principals and our teachers and our partners and our supportive staff are all helping ensure our district is moving in the right direction. So I just want to share a couple of facts, which are, in the last 5 years, we've eliminated any F schools from our district. We've significantly reduced the number of D schools we have, and in fact, we feel confident that in the current trajectory that we're on, that someday soon and very soon, we'll be able to say we have no D schools for the first time in the 27-year history of A through F school grading. And in addition to that, we're seeing a rising number of A and B schools. And we want Polk County parents, and not just the current ones, but folks who are looking to move here, they are looking up our school grades, and they're seeing what we're offering. And the more A's and B's we offer, the more attractive it is for, we talk about talent pipelines, not only filling our vacancies in teachers, but what about doctors, what about nurses, what about accountants, what about higher education and other professions. Those individuals who choose those professions, and law enforcement, sheriff, they're looking at where are they going to send their children and grandchildren to school. And as we see our numbers and outcomes rise, that's going to be great for Polk County and our overall economic and quality of life. And this isn't just about numbers and letter grades. This is about, I just said, quality of life. When that student earns grade level and above, or when we have the rising record high graduation rates that we now have, that's changing lives. I'm from Bartow, and I've seen firsthand students become the first members of their family to earn a high school diploma. That's opening doors to matriculate matriculate to Polk State. That's making them more eligible for scholarships. That's making them eligible for the military. That's making more students have the confidence as they matriculate through our system that they are capable. And I think the stat, this is an old stat, but I think given how the fact that we have around 3 million children in our public schools, we have more children from disadvantaged backgrounds testing on grade level than other states have children. So when Florida sets these high bars and we say that all children can learn, that we expect all of our children to achieve, that we're going to hold the system accountable and the adults in the system accountable, and we're not afraid to bear ourselves even when there are certain numbers we don't like, we're willing to have those conversations with the public. I, again, just want to thank our state leadership, and I also want to know just from my back, or want y'all to know that other states watch us and copy us, and that means that there are children from coast to coast benefiting from Florida's sustained leadership. So thank you again, congratulations, and thank you, Governor, for the opportunity to serve on this board. It's changed my
All right, well, we'll keep the progress going. I'm excited. I know that a lot of people have worked very hard on it. As I said at the top, we had to make a judgment on the policy. We had to change the policy to embrace progress monitoring, and that was the right decision. It was the right thing to do. But in terms of the success as a result that's been now reflected in that, that is those are people on the ground that are getting that done, and so good on you for doing it, and we will continue to plow ahead. All right, do we have any questions back there? Yes.
You recently vetoed the e-bike bill. Can you tell us your reasoning for that?
So they did a bill on e-bike regulation. And I'm not I don't know these things. Maybe there's problems, but what it will lead to is more surveillance of people by law enforcement, and we don't need that. And so I think that there was problems with it. They also set up an e-bike commission, but it's like, okay, you're already substantively legislating. Why are you doing a commission? If you're going to do a commission, then the commission can come and do that thing. So I thought it potentially would have some unintended consequences, but certainly I don't want to do anything that's going to lead to more surveillance. I understand that there's law enforcement has a job. Obviously, I've been supportive of Grady and everybody, but do we really want to have policing of e-bikes? And are you going 10 miles or 8 miles or whatever? It's just, I think it was a little bit of an overreach. Yes.
Governor, can you further explain why this progress monitoring is so successful? And I'm also curious about feedback from students. How they do.
Well, Stassi, I think I can say that the students prefer it to the old system. It was the thing that there was a lot of weight being put on that one end-of-year, very high-stakes test. And, I'm not saying that was totally bad. I mean, sometimes you got to perform under pressure. It just is what it is. But there wasn't adequate opportunity for remediation. And if you're doing progress monitoring, you can remediate and you can monitor the progress as it's gone on. So it wasn't anything we invented. This was an array of policy options that were kind of out there. We embraced it. And my sense is that if you took a vote amongst faculty, students, and parents, I don't think you'd have a very high percentage wanting to go back to the old system. I think people think that this is doing a better job. We got to measure. We got to have standards. We've got to see who's meeting them. You got to do that. But how you do that is a matter for debate, and I think we did debate that in Florida, came to this conclusion, and I think it was the right conclusion. And you know what? Maybe 5 or 10 years in the future, there'll be a different type of way to measure this that'll be good for students and teachers and parents, and that's possible. But as of right now, this is probably the best thing to do. Now, just popped into my head. It's not even fully related, but you have some are with the rise of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is not a substitute for a human being teaching in the classroom. And this notion that somehow we're just going to have robots do all this, that will not work. That's not something that we should aspire to. And I think that the importance of having, a real, live, beating heart human being in there that has, cares about the students, that's working hard to try to figure out what needs to be done, there's not going to ever be a substitute for that. And I'm not saying technology can't supplement. I'm not saying it can't be a good tool, but the idea that that's going to displace having teachers in the classroom, there may be some that try that, but I don't think it will work out well. I think that, good education, quite frankly, you go back to America, to go back to our founding fathers getting educated, good education, it's not really that much different, right? I mean, these things they are what they are, and the best way to do it is to have that teacher there with the students. So count me as somebody that's on Team Human on that one. All right, thanks, everybody. God bless. We'll see ya.
Governor Ron DeSantis wrapping up a news conference in Lakeland where he talked about some successes when it comes to education policy here in the state of Florida. And the first question he was asked was about the veto of that e-bike regulation bill that, if you may remember, during the legislative session, we listened into some of the debate and discussions about that and heard a lot of folks talking about what they believe to be the need for something like that because of an increase in injuries and incidents involving these e-bikes, specifically when kids are involved. It's a story that we have been following for months now. Governor DeSantis deciding to veto that bill, and you heard his answer when he was asked about that, saying he believes it would lead to just more surveillance and said that's not something that we need or want. Believe there could be some unintended consequences that would have come from that. We still have a lot to get to here on Fox 35 News Plus today. Let me let you know a couple of the things that we are monitoring right now before we go to break. This is in Lake County, a competency hearing for Julie Sulpizio, who you may remember, one of the woman charged in a deadly ambush of a Lake County deputy. She is believed to be in the courtroom. I believe she's here for a competency hearing. So we are following up on that. We are also monitoring this hearing out of Provo, Utah, where Judge Tony Graff is set to rule potentially today on whether or not to take the death penalty off the table because of some comments that the prosecutor made in the Tyler Robinson case. Tyler Robinson, of course, the suspected shooter accused of killing Charlie Kirk. Let me also give you a live look right now in Washington, D.C. This is at the Faith and Freedom Coalition's 2026 Road to Majority Conference. We're hearing from a number of different speakers today, including several members of the Trump administration. And then at 1:30, so a couple hours from now, President Trump himself is scheduled to speak at this event in Washington, D.C. This is at the Washington Hilton Hotel, and he's scheduled to speak a little bit later today. So we will listen into the president's remarks at that. We are also continuing to follow up today on all the hype surrounding Grand Theft Auto 6. If you're a video game player, we're going to talk more about that coming up in a little bit, and also how it has reignited the debate over digital or physical media. So our poll question today, we want to know when or if are you getting Grand Theft Auto 6. You're going to pre-order that thing ASAP. Are you buying it day one? Are you going to hold off and wait for a disc, which we have learned likely won't be coming until maybe a month after its release this fall, or are you not interested? Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. We're going to leave this up for a minute to give you time to get some of those votes in, and then we will take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we still have much more to come, so don't go anywhere.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program with puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
All right, we are taking another look at our poll question right now. When are you getting Grand Theft Auto 6? About 33% of you right now saying you're buying it day one. About 22% say you're pre-ordering it ASAP. Nobody right now waiting for the disc, but about 45% of you saying not interested. We will talk a little bit more about that game later today and some of that debate over digital and physical media. Right now, that doesn't seem to be the debate among our viewers here right now. Looks like most of y'all are fine with the digital copy or not interested at all. So we'll keep an eye on this poll. You can continue to get those votes in, and we will track that throughout the day. Meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, how's that weekend forecast looking?
So typically June. Hot, humid, stormy. Get your activities done before 2 o'clock and you should be good to go from the storms. But let's get right to it. Today is a case in point. We've got some thunderstorms already developing on the Nature Coast. And we're going to see that trend continuing after lunchtime. And by 3 o'clock, we can see a widespread area of some downpours developing. Today, they'll be focused closer to Orlando, Sanford, Oviedo, and the attractions, less so on the East Coast and on the Gulf Coast. But we'll see the East Coast sea breeze working inland through 3, 4 o'clock and eventually interact with the Gulf sea breeze. They'll come together right over Orlando, and that could lead to some pretty heavy rain in spots that lasts for more than your typical 20-minute downpour, maybe an hour or so, and that could easily lay down between 2 and 4 inches of rain. Overall, our rain chances will remain higher than they've been for the next couple of days during the afternoons, and rain totals could easily exceed 2 to 4 inches in a widespread region and in a more equally distributed part of Florida than we've seen in the last week or two. Yes, we've had this persistent southwest flow. That is a flow of wind coming off of the Gulf, and that has for the most part snubbed the Gulf Coast of any meaningful rain, as well as the city of Tampa, and given a surplus to the Atlantic side. Now, we're all in drought, but there's been a massive drought relief along I-95. A lot of our I-95 counties are no longer in drought, but the extreme drought remains on the Tampa side, so they're really hoping for it, and it looks like they'll finally at least get some through Tuesday. And then as we get into July, there's going to be a lot more of an equal distribution statewide, and a lot of it focusing on the Gulf Coast. So rest assured, you live in a subtropical climate, and that is not a desert climate. So we will, on a long enough timeline, return to the way things should be. Now, as far as the weekend goes, there will be a slight drop off in rain chances Sunday. Potentially, because, and this is really a nod to that potential, because we're going to have some drier air rolling in with some of that Saharan dust coming in, especially across South Florida. We've seen, though, in days like this where you have lower rain chances, that you can actually get some stronger storms where they form, severe storms. So it's just treated like there's going to be a high chance all weekend during the afternoons, highs in the mid-90s. But here's the big pattern change. As we head into next week, an upper-level ridge of high pressure, which is currently stationed near northeastern Mexico, will drift into the mid-Atlantic, setting up over Kentucky all the way to Maryland. It's a heat wave. It's also known in the weather world as a cockroach ridge or a death ridge. There's a lot of different words for it. You know, it's so hot kind of thing where you feel like you're going to get smothered, and also it is so hot where it will quite literally send the cockroaches inside as they seek a cooler climate. But I want to give you an idea. This high pressure system is going to be set up either right over the Gulf Coast or a little bit farther northeast, but either way, we're going to be at a different setup here across central Florida, where our weather will come in from the east, and so that means we'll have a flow coming in off of the Atlantic, a more typical setup for us, yielding slightly lower humidity and lower temperatures. It's still going to be hot with highs around 90, but it won't be close to 100. It will be close to 100, though, in the mid-Atlantic states and in the Carolinas. So it's going to be kind of a flip-flop. Now, that dust I was telling you about, that Saharan dust, it looks like it will be coming in from the east across South Florida late this weekend. July is the peak Saharan dust season. These huge dust storms get kicked up over the Saharan desert and the Sahel region of Africa, and in doing so, and here's a closer view, the wind literally transports this dust, millions of tons of it, between about 5,000 feet and 20,000 feet, 5,000 miles across the Atlantic into the Caribbean, and wherever this dust is, we see tropical activity just peter out to nothing. Now, there's no tropical activity expected over the next 7 days, and this dust will certainly help to encourage that lull. It brings with it characteristics of the desert. You'll see fewer thunderstorms just above the ground, maybe about 3,000, 4,000 feet up. It actually gets much warmer, so it puts an inversion, a cap on the atmosphere, halting convection. And so this will become very common, and one of the reasons that the hurricane season doesn't peak until the first or second week of September is it takes until then for that Saharan dust to really tamp down. Officially, there is no tropical activity expected over the next 7 days, but as always this time of year, we watch the northeastern Gulf and the Atlantic for the possibility of activity. And with next week's system, where that high pressure ridge will be set up over the mid-Atlantic, some of the models are very loosely hinting at we may see something try to develop in the Gulf or in the Atlantic around the time of July 4th to July 10th, but the jury is definitely out on that. Look no further than Tropical Storm Arthur, where for 4 weeks straight, the computer models were trying to develop Tropical Storm Arthur off of the Carolinas, then in the Caribbean, then in the Gulf, and ultimately it formed from the remnants of Tropical Storm Christine, so it formed in a way the models never saw coming. It just shows you how bad those long-range models are. There is no skill in forecasting the development of a tropical system beyond 7 days, but you'll see a lot of it on social media because it rewards that kind of content. You know, if you're the first to post or if it's compelling, engaging stuff, they'll share it. So you know, Garrett, a lot of these models now are accessible to the general public that don't necessarily have the discretion to understand that a lot of this is what we call model noise. So it'll spin something up, and with the advent of 2026 graphics, look really compelling. Like, oh wow, look, in 2 weeks there's going to be a hurricane right there. But come 2 weeks, it was probably just going to be a sunny, typical day, and that's been a real problem. And it's a game of whack-a-mole that we can't ignore. And a lot of media outlets around the country also they don't want to be beat by social media, right? So they'll be compelled to post something when typically that would never happen. So it kind of becomes a feedback cycle, and it's going to be really important as we head into the rest of the season to be able to wade through some of that, and that's why it's really important to find credible organizations like Fox 35, like Fox 35 News Plus, to try and wade through some of that noise and give you the honest take on things.
All right, so we will stay tuned on that.
Yes, yeah, stay tuned on that. There's a lot of chatter about it, but like the 4 weeks of attempting to forecast Tropical Storm Arthur, it may just be noise. Bottom line is that we've got a likely chance for thunderstorms each day this weekend, and we're going to see temperatures instead of in the mid and upper 90s, only around or just above 90 for the middle and end of next week. So something to look forward to.
Yeah, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it, Garrett. Thank you.
Let me give you a live look right now over downtown Orlando. It is a beautiful view out there on this Friday. Are you counting down till the weekend? What do you have in store for the weekend? Let us know what your weekend plans are. There is certainly no shortage of things going on. We will talk more about that coming up in just a little bit, but there's always things going on around Orlando. It's one of the things that we love about Central Florida here. Let us know what your weekend plans are. Go to fox35orlando.com/share and you can send us a line that way. Let us know what you plan to do this weekend. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, you can also drop us a comment on there and let us know what you are going to be up to on this hot and steamy summer weekend here in June in the City Beautiful. We are getting ready to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll leave this QR code up for a minute here, but let us know what you're going to be up to, and then we'll take a quick break. We have much more to come here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Governor DeSantis recently signed into law SB 418. This is a bill that requires a certain training for law enforcement officers about how to best handle interactions with people with autism. This was a bill that we followed closely during the legislative session. It has now become law, and you're going to start seeing more of this training training rolling out. But there are organizations already that work with police departments across the state about how to handle interactions with people with autism and do some of these trainings already. And so joining us live now to talk about this, what this looks like, what the impact is, why this is so important, we are pleased to be joined this morning by Kim Spence, who is an autism disorders specialist at the UCF Center for Autism and Related Disabilities. Kim, thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Garrett. It's nice to be here.
So first, just give me your reaction to the governor signing this bill, to it becoming law. I know it was something that both chambers passed easily in the session. A lot of support for something like this. So give us your reaction to this bill becoming law here in Florida.
So it's super exciting for so many different reasons. And as somebody who interacts a lot with law enforcement and for training purposes and for information and assist, we're really, really excited. And I've been following this one also since the beginning, and I'm just really happy it passed, along with several other pieces of legislation this past session supporting people with autism.
Why do you think something like this, this bill requiring these trainings, why is that so important?
So it's critically important that law enforcement officers are able to recognize individuals who have autism, particularly if they are not verbal or unable to communicate. So it's very important that they can recognize signs of physical movement or behavior that might indicate that an individual has autism, and then they can interact with them in a way that might be a little different than their traditional training, but sensitive to the needs of the person who has autism, and also de-escalating an individual who may be agitated. So really important to recognize the signs and then to make decisions based on the impact of autism or the level of autism that the person is experiencing.
Because how can those interactions be with law enforcement be different, and how how does this training kind of help prepare officers to recognize those signs?
So the trainings that I do, and I've been doing these trainings through the Center for Autism and Related Disabilities at UCF. We've been providing these since the early 2000s. And so the trainings are specifically targeted to show officers different kinds or different what we call levels of autism. The trainings articulate the communication difficulties that many who have autism experience. We talk about unusual social behavior that they may observe, and we talk about what to expect. And so if somebody who has autism becomes upset, how they might engage, what they might say or what they might do. So it's to help officers quickly recognize characteristics or behaviors. I show a lot of video. I bring people who have autism actually to the trainings and have been doing that for, goodness, 25 years. So really important that they are able to quickly see and hear and understand, and then assimilate that information to interact successfully with the individual, which keeps them safe and keeps the individual safe, thereby keeping our community safe.
Have you seen the impact of these trainings? Are they making a difference? Are you getting feedback after the fact from police departments? What are they saying about how training like this is beneficial?
So I love that question. So I speak with law enforcement officers every single week, and I have essentially had feedback from officers for the last 20 years, either in calling to request additional assistance or in people in the community contacting our center and asking for assistance. We get requests for additional training. If law enforcement officers are aware of an individual in the community that has autism and is having difficulty, they will reach out to us because they know that we're a resource that's there to help them. And I hear from family members and individuals with autism who have officers, CIT trained officers that respond to them during crisis, that they are able to understand, they speak very calmly, they know kind of how to handle the situation. So law enforcement officers, in my experience, are very grateful for these trainings and have have been requesting them for years. And now I think this legislation kind of helps to push that out in a wider way. But we get a lot of very positive feedback, not only at our center, but across the state of Florida.
Do you think having this required now and some of the other things that come from this legislation as well will make a difference here in the state of Florida?
I do. I believe it will save lives, 100%.
Well, Kim Spence, autism disorder specialist at UCF CARD, that's the Center for Autism and Related Disabilities. We really appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you for taking the time to talk about this really important cause.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. All right, Kim.
Reporting the roll and pitch program with puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. We are counting down to the weekend as we give you this look over downtown Orlando. We've been asking you what your plans are for this weekend. So let us know. Drop us a line in the comments or go to fox35orlando.com/share and let us know what you will be up to. If you haven't decided yet, that's where this segment comes in handy. It's our Community Crossroads segment where we bring in our friends from U-Nation to let us know what's going on around town, what you might want to check out, and some things you might want to try. So we are bringing in right now Ashley Edwards, who is Director of Creative Strategy with U-Nation. Ashley, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
There's nothing better than a Friday in the middle of summer. There's the feeling in the air is just different.
Yeah, that feeling is called humidity, and summer showers and storms. But you know what? There are still so many good things to check out here in Central Florida. So get us started. What's top of the list this weekend?
Top of the list first, we start with the Summerween Market. If you're already in the Halloween season, spooky mindset, then you have to check out this market that's happening at the Great Southern Box Company that's right over in College Park on June 28th, which is this upcoming Sunday at 1 p.m. So it's going to be a Halloween-inspired market with all these unique finds, spooky decor, get some spooky books, and you can just really get prepped in the mindset of Halloween. Maybe you're over the heat, maybe you're over the summer vibes and you want to feel the cool fall crisp air. This is a great way to get you started. They'll also have drinks and food available because the Great Southern Box Company is a really phenomenal food hall as well, with some great options around there. And it's It's a really fun afternoon to spend, family-friendly, event-friendly, budget-friendly, because the market itself is free, though you might spend a little extra money on some souvenirs from there.
And that's not all. Sunset at the Zoo, celebrating Pride this weekend.
Sunset at the Zoo is back. It's an after-hours event from 5 to 8 p.m. at the Central Florida Zoo, and their tickets are $6 for the special event online right now, and $8 if you pay at the gate. And what this ticket will get you is after-hours entry to the zoo with music and live entertainment, food trucks and other festive treats, local vendors and community partners showing up so you can support some local businesses, some family-friendly activities scattered throughout the zoo with some story time included, animal enrichment activities, some talks with the zookeeper so you can get some one-on-one experience about what it's like to take care of these incredible animals, plus some barnyard buddies, and of course giraffe feeding, because who doesn't love to feed a giraffe? And again, this event is from 5 to 8 p.m. at the zoo with the theme of celebrating Pride this month. And it's also a $46 deal for a family of 4 that includes tickets and meal vouchers for the entire night. So that's a steal.
That is a steal. It sounds like a great opportunity there. What else you got going on this weekend?
They are showing National Treasure over at Lakefront Park in St. Cloud, and it is completely free for you to attend. And what a better way to get in the spirit of America's 250th anniversary coming up in just a couple weeks with National Treasure and Nicolas Cage stealing the Declaration of Independence. The best way to celebrate. This movie's happening tonight, actually. This park will open at 7 p.m. for you to show up, bring your chairs, bring your blankets, bring maybe some snacks for this fun family movie under the stars. Popcorn will be provided in front of that, waterfront view. The movie's going to start promptly at 7:30, and then when the movie's over, the event will wrap up and you can head on home.
That is a great movie. I do want to clarify, though, here for anyone watching, because those many of those historical documents are going on like a road trip around the country right now, and I'm pretty sure they're in Miami right now. So just to be clear, we do not condone actually stealing the Declaration of Independence, but National Treasure is a great film.
Phenomenal movie. Leave it be. We can just watch Nicolas Cage.
Exactly. Leave it to the pro. That's
Leave it to the pro.
That's probably a good idea. All right, Ashley, what do we have cooking for us this weekend in our local spotlight?
You mentioned it earlier when you said, there's something about the Florida summer, and it's humidity, and it's hot, and there's random thunderstorms that just happen and are unpredictable. So we wanted to give you guys a list of indoor activities that you guys could enjoy with your families, not just to get inside away from the heat, but also to cool down this summer. So starting off at the top of our list, we have Crush Yard, which is an indoor pickleball court, but so much more. They have 10 pickleball courts inside this one venue. So you can really show up, bring your friends, plan ahead. It's so large, so you don't really have to worry about it being too overly crowded. It's open 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Friday, and then 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. on Saturdays. So you can get your pickleball on at really any time of day over in Kissimmee, where this venue is located. But on top of the pickleball courts, they also have arcade games, TV spots, and viewing, so maybe a great place to continue to watch the World Cup. Full service restaurant with some really great food. It has a sports bar and lounge aesthetic with a self-serve tap wall, so you can, get yourself some beer as well to enjoy a game. They also do private events, and they have a shop if you're looking to upgrade your pickleball materials, get a new paddle, get some new shoes. They have it all right there at Crush Yard.
And talk to us about what's going on at the Orlando Ice Den.
One of the most hidden gems in Orlando is the Orlando Ice Den. It is an indoor ice skating rink with 2 full-sized rinks. So they're NHL recommended and Olympic-sized rink all under one roof right here in Orlando, Florida. It's actually over in Maitland, to be real technical with you. And they have public skating access. So anyone in the public can go rent a pair of skates and skate over here at the Orlando Ice Den. They also have a pro shop for gear if you want, but your ticket does include ice skate rentals. Definitely check the session schedule to see when these open times are and how much a ticket is during these times, because they change pretty much every day depending on, who's booked out and who's scheduled. And also ticket prices change. So you could look out and find a time when you can rent skates for $15, but they do get as more expensive as $25 for ice skate renting. And times vary from midday, evening on the weekend. So go take a look at their website, see what works for you. They definitely keep this facility very cold. So I would wear a sweater, maybe a hat. If you're not used to the cold, maybe bring some gloves. I don't know, your vibe. But definitely it's not going to be the Florida summer. If you want to break from that heat, this is a great way to escape that and chill off a little bit with this fun indoor activity.
And a couple of other local spotlights for us that also give you a cooler way to spend a day.
If you're just missing winter vibes, sometimes I feel that when I'm in the middle of summer, especially with the heat. Winter Club Ski is an indoor skiing and snowboarding a venue in Orlando. So you can go, they have state-of-the-art ski features like ski slopes and an interactive panoramic ski simulator that's built specifically for training, practicing, and just enjoying the slopes right here in Orlando, Florida. So you can have, you have an hour-long training with 30-minute ride time and breaks in between so you don't overwork. You don't need any snow gear. So wear lightweight long sleeve shirts and leggings. I don't know anywhere else in the world that you'll be able to ski in just a pair of pants and not snow pants. Wild to me. And don't worry, it is also completely safe for participants. If you do happen to fall or want to stop, there are like instant stops on these machines. So you're good, you're totally safe. They have a cozy lodge cafe so you can get some hot cocoa, maybe some gelato, and just have a really relaxing afternoon. Reservations are required for this experience. You can have a group session that's going to be $84 a person for 3 participants, ages 7 and up. So it's a great family-friendly activity. They also have semi-private sessions with 2 people or private sessions with just 1 person. And that 1 person can be the ages 3 and up. So if you really want to get your kids starting something new this summer, a new hobby, maybe introduce them to skiing or snowboarding. That could be fun and indoors.
And not something that you might necessarily expect to be able to do around here, too.
When I first came across Winter Club Ski, I was shocked, Garrett. I said, we have this in Orlando. What have I been missing?
And finally, if you're looking for something that doesn't involve skiing, Putting Edge. Talk with us about that.
Putting Edge is an indoor glow-in-the-dark mini golf course located in Desertland Park. That really big, fun, I don't even know how to describe it. It used to be a mall, but now it's just filled with really fun activities and a great place to go, and Putting Edge is one of them. This is great if maybe you don't want to be that active. You don't want to take a chance and go ice skating. You don't want to go skiing. Putt-Putt is fun and safe for everyone. It features 18-hole courses covered in that really vibrant black light and themes. It looks like an alien planet, honestly, when you walk in, or maybe a Jurassic World. It is incredible. Reservations are definitely recommended during these peak holiday seasons, so I would go online and make your reservations early. It's fully air conditioned, fully indoors, which is just like, music to our ears right here in this time of summer in Central Florida. Perfect for the whole family. Go enjoy, and then honestly, stay and enjoy all that Desertland has to offer, because again, they have arcades, they have markets that pop up, they have a great food court. So it'd be a really great activity to add to just an indoor day so you can just be inside.
Yeah, that's a really good way to spend the day, that's for sure. Ashley Edwards from U-Nation, thanks so much for giving us a great rundown of everything going on. Where can folks find out more about other events and locations to check out?
Of course, if you're looking for more things to do this weekend, maybe more activities to do this weekend too, not just events, you guys can download the free U-Nation app. And if you want to connect with us more one-on-one, more instantly, you can follow us on social media at Stuff to Do in Orlando.
Ashley, before I let you go, we've been talking a little bit about Grand Theft Auto 6. And so our poll question, I'm going to pop it up here, and then we'll get your take. I want to know if you're a Grand Theft Auto player here. We want to know when folks are getting it. Are you pre-ordering that digital copy? Are you buying it day one? Are you going to wait for that physical disc, which we have heard might be coming out weeks after the original release in November? Or are you not interested? Looks like we've got 50% saying they're not going to play it no matter what. 20% pre-ordering it ASAP, 30% saying they're buying it day one. Ashley, what say you?
I will be honest here. As a video game girly, I am not a Grand Theft Auto girly. So I am probably not interested, but now I'm considering pre-ordering it. I'm now being convinced.
Okay, well, if you want more information about it, we're going to have a segment coming up in a little bit where we're going to talk a little bit more about it. So if you want to be convinced further, stay tuned for that.
Oh, I'll tune in.
Ashley, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot to get to. We'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Give you a live look right now at SoFi Stadium in Southern California. That is where the U.S. men's national team played Turkey. That game late last night, 10 o'clock. So a late night for anyone who may have stayed up to watch U.S. Lose to Turkey. Now, the good news is that game didn't mean a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. U.S. already advancing to the knockout round. Their next game will be Wednesday night, I believe at that same stadium. But it has been an exciting World Cup already. We are now heading into the knockout phase as the group play wraps up. And Fox 35's Aaron Page had the chance to speak with Roxanne Kosh about the where things stand with the World Cup and what we should be watching for today. Big game coming up a little bit later today on Fox.
Yes, so Leo Messi won, contributed to his team winning again with a brace this time. He had scored a hat trick, 3 goals in the first games, 2 in the second, and he broke the all-time record for the most goals at the World Cup. Miroslav Klose, a German forward, had this record, and he beat it by 2 goals for now. probably going to keep going up. Mbappe is on his heels, just 2 goals behind him and a lot younger. So we'll see how that goes, how long he'll keep it. You know, a lot of things obviously can happen in soccer, but they're yet another record for Messi, and you know, his forever rival Cristiano Ronaldo beat a record of his own by becoming the first man to score in 6 different World Cups. Messi is also playing his 6th World Cup, but he didn't score in every single one. Ronaldo just did. So they're all both still breaking records out there.
A lot of records for legendary players, and a lot of spotlight in our Florida players. Messi from Inter Miami, and in Orlando City we had two starters, Pasalic starting for Croatia and Crepo starting for Canada. Can you talk to us about what led up to those decisions being made by the coaches?
Yeah, I mean, Crepo, unfortunately for him, lost. It was, you know, probably not a great feeling to lose at home, but Canada still qualified. You know, before this World Cup, they had never recorded a point. They had always lost all of their World Cup games. So the fact that they tied once, won once, and lost once, that's their best performance to date, and you know, that allows them to qualify not even as a best third, like in the 2nd place of their group. So they have a lot to look forward to. And Marko Pasalic, he hadn't started Croatia's first game, but he came off the bench, and I said that last week. He came off the bench with a great performance, and so his coach decided to start him this week, and again did great. And it was a little bit before the hour, like 55th minute or something like that. He pulled off just a spectacular back heel pass, and that basically unblocked the defense, and that allowed his teammate to score the game-winning goal against Panama. So they won 1-0 in Toronto. And so, you know, again, good performances from these 3, 2, especially Pasalic and Messi this week. Crepo had a little bit of a tougher game this week, but he didn't play bad in any way either.
And there's just so many good players, so many good highlights coming out from our Florida players, or players who played for Orlando City and Inter Miami, and it's just great to see. What goes through your head when you see so many local players playing at such a high level, competing with players who play for international teams?
I mean, I actually, that's a great question. I never thought about that. I'm not sure what goes through my head when I think about that. I mean, for Messi, it's a little bit different because, you know, he's been performing at the highest levels for, I mean, it feels like decades, and it might be at this point actually, or almost 2 decades. And so actually, no, yeah, definitely that 2 decades. So it's a little bit different for him. Crepo and Pasalic are probably not as well known. And I think it's great, especially for Pasalic to do so well when he plays in the MLS. Probably wasn't expected. I mean, Croatia is, you know, probably considered a smaller team. I mean, it is a smaller country as well, but they were the finalists in the 2018 edition, and they are hard to beat. And the fact that he found, you know, a starting place on this roster says a lot about the potential growth of the MLS here in, you know, and internationally.
And you said it best. Messi is different. 20 years, it still shocks me of how amazing that guy could be. I want to talk a little bit about the Tartan Army, because they seem to take over Miami this week. Why has this fan base become such a phenomenon wherever it travels?
There's, it's kind of fun because there's often one or two that fan bases that really hit the nail on the head in every big tournament. And this year you have the Norwegian fans rowing and the Tartan Army are probably the top two, at least that pop up on my social media feeds, and everyone has different ones. But and Boston really fell in love with them. And the fact that they literally drank some breweries dry probably helped, because that was amusing to a lot of people. They started putting cones on statues and just had a lot of fun. I mean, Boston's been missing. I'm in Boston now because France is playing in the Boston Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts, in a few hours, and yeah, like I've talked to some people in Boston yesterday, and they've been missing the Scottish. The English moved in, and they describe them as polite, but just not as chaotic. And so the Tartan Army has been hitting Miami, and they're bringing with them their kilts, their bagpipes, their enthusiasm for the game, for life in general, and it's also mixing with the Miami vibes, the local samba dancing and whatnot, and so there you go. I mean, you saw that even the Marlins tried to jump on the hype, because I'm pretty sure they offered free beverages to the first few Scotland fans, like 200 Scotland fans or something like that, 250, something like that. So people are like, local teams are trying to capitalize on it too.
Where would this rank in fan takeovers you've seen? You talked about the Norway fans takeover with them doing the rowing the boats. Where would you say that this is among the most widespread, or the most you've seen on social media?
Perhaps on social media, yeah, probably. I also remember, like, in so this was a Euro tournament in 2016, and it was in France, which is my home country, so I was there. The Northern Ireland fans completely took over France at the time, and it was on a lot of social media. But I think just even though it was 2016 and social media were pretty prominent, they weren't as prominent as today. So that also helps, right? And so it's up there. I don't know that I could do a ranking, but it's definitely up there. Obviously, there have been other fandoms, other countries whose fans have had some hype on social media too. Like I remember the South Koreans in Mexico in the beginning of the tournament, for instance, and things like that. The Argentines in Kansas City, but I think part of it is also the lyrical uniqueness of the kilts and the bagpipes, that it goes in the imaginary for people as well, and kind of like dreamy Outlander type of culture there that is appealing to people.
Someone who's seen those takeovers up close, I gotta tell you, I agree 100%. But let's check in on Team USA, because 3 matches in, just short of a three-peat in the group stage. What's your overall assessment of the U.S. men's national team this World Cup?
That's a good question. I mean, yes, short of a three-peat, but also the game yesterday didn't have the starters. Like, the Pochettino decided to rotate his squad, which makes sense. They were already qualified. Turkey was already eliminated. So those 9 changes obviously make a big difference. I think So what's interesting with the U.S. team is it will be to see also like what bracket they end up with. We know their next game is going to be against Bosnia-Herzegovina, but we don't really know yet what would be next if they were to win that round of 32 matchup. I think the team, especially in the first two games, because those were the starters, performed probably higher than expected based on the preparation games over the past few months. The big positive from yesterday's game against Turkey is the return of Christian Pulisic to the field. He came off the bench in the 58th minute. And after his calf injury that had sidelined him after the tournament opener, and his return to the pitch, it felt like really injected life back into the U.S. attack. Again, we're talking about a lot of players that are not necessarily starters, but you could feel a difference when he got on the field. The one thing that will be interesting is also Turkey won with last minute goal, and to score that goal, Pulisic was actually defending at that moment, and the Turkish player from Real Madrid, Arda Güler, he nutmegged him. So the ball went under his legs, and that's kind of like a little bit humiliating for a soccer player to get nutmegged and whatnot. So we'll see how he rebounds from that, because it was very much the very last minute of the game. So then he didn't have a chance to kind of finish the game on a high note. So we'll see how that goes.
I wanted to talk about really briefly about some of the standout games, because Haiti versus Morocco, Haiti went out with a bang, I would say. Morocco qualified in the knockout stage. Do you think that despite the fact that Haiti failed to secure a spot in the knockout stage, that they still brought pride to their country? I mean, there was so many good games that they participated in, so many games that some people maybe say they should have won. What's your take on that situation?
I mean, I'm sure they brought pride to their country. It was their first time qualifying for the World Cup, and yes, it is kind of like an expanded World Cup with 48 countries, which that's the biggest ever. But it's still a big deal to I would think to any country, but especially any soccer-crazed country, which Haiti is one, and perhaps even also like two smaller countries in terms of population and in terms of size, and again, Haiti is one of those as well. And so I do think they brought pride to the country. I think people were happy to be a part of the celebrations of the party, and the fact that there are Haitian immigrants, Haitian descendants here in the U.S., that was probably very special to them as well.
And I understand you're in Boston for the France and Norway match. A lot of eyes on this, basically a battle of juggernauts going through this tournament. What makes this matchup so compelling?
Yeah, the clash of the Titans. I mean, what makes it compelling is almost kind of like that Erling Haaland, Kylian Mbappe rivalry. They were announced years ago as the next big rivalry in international soccer after Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi. It hasn't capitalized as much because they don't play in the same league. They don't play, they haven't played against each other all that much, versus like Cristiano Ronaldo and Leo Messi. Part of their big rivalry was that they played in the Liga together for the Barcelona and Real Madrid, Real Madrid for Cristiano Ronaldo and Barcelona for Messi. And so for Haaland and Mbappe, they don't have that, right? They don't play against each other all that much. However, there's still kind of like a distance rivalry in terms of statistically. They're two of the top 3 scorers that over the past like 3 or 4 years, and they haven't won that much international tournaments. Kylian Mbappe has won World Cup. Erling Haaland has won Champions League, but they've been stars in their domestic leagues, in their teams, and so that's kind of like the big rivalry between those two players that has been built up mostly by fans and journalists more so than themselves. With this game, though, both teams are already qualified. What's at stake is the first place of the match, and whoever finishes first in that match gets to stay in the Northeast in the next potential 3 games, assuming the team keeps winning. So that's what's very appealing to those teams, probably, because that's a lot less travel. The team that finishes second, so if Norway loses or ties, they finish second. If Norway wins, they finish first. And so what's appealing is that in that first place is not even who you're going to play. It's not on the field. It's the fact that there's a lot less travel and it's a lot less taxing on athletes' bodies, because the second the team that finishes second in the group will have to travel to Dallas, and then back to New York and then Miami, versus playing New York, Philly, Boston. So that's what's at stake. The coaches might also choose to rest some of their starters, though, because the reality is both teams are qualified, and you got to stay fit for an entire tournament.
And one last question before I let you go. Tomorrow is the last day of the group stage, and we'll see some more juggernaut teams like Argentina and Portugal play. Obviously, we know Argentina has already qualified, but what are your predictions for what we may see tomorrow?
Yeah, so tomorrow we have England playing Panama, Croatia playing Ghana, Colombia, Portugal, and Miami, which is going to be a hot game. Those are probably the top 3 matchups. Argentina's playing Jordan. I think even though Argentina's probably going to rotate their team as well, they shouldn't have any trouble against Jordan. I think that's not going to be an issue for them. The 2 really interesting matchups, I think, for tomorrow will be Croatia against Ghana and Colombia against Portugal, because these teams are, they're almost guaranteed qualification, pretty much, but they, none of them have won all their games, and so there's a lot at stake in terms of where they're going to finish in their group, and they're all teams that could go fairly deep in the tournament. So it will be interesting to see. I would love to see Colombia win against Portugal, because I think the Miami crowd would love it, and it would be really special for the city.
And still so much to come in the World Cup. Things are really just getting started as the group play winds down and we head into the knockout rounds of this World Cup. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have much more to get to. Don't go anywhere on this Friday, right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook.
Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm going to give you a live look right now inside this courtroom in Lake County where a competency hearing is going on for Julie Sulpizio. She is the suspect in this deadly Lake County deputy ambush that we've been covering for a while now. There is a lot of discussion about whether she is competent to stand trial, given some of the facts of this case and some of what has been discovered. So we're hearing some testimony about her mental fitness for trial and things like that. So we are continuing to monitor this that is going on live right now. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger is live inside that courtroom. We'll try to check back in with her coming up in a little bit to give us some more information about what we have been hearing, what we have been learning in this case. Obviously a very high profile case that we have been following for a while now. This is the case that ended up in the death of Master Deputy Bradley Link. And so we will see whether Julie Sulpizio will be ruled competent to stand trial. Again, this hearing going on live right now in Lake County. We are also following up today on the news that Governor Ron DeSantis has vetoed a bipartisan bill that would establish some stricter regulations when it comes to e-bikes, including a speed limit. Governor DeSantis was asked about his veto of that bill just a little bit ago. Here's what he said.
I'm not like, I don't know these things. Like, maybe there's problems, but what it will lead to is more surveillance of people by law enforcement, and we don't need that. And so I think that there was problems with it. They also set up an e-bike commission. But it's like, okay, you're already substantively legislating. Why are you doing a commission? If you're going to do a commission, then the commission can come and do that thing. So I thought it potentially would have some unintended consequences. But certainly, I don't want to do anything that's going to lead to more surveillance. I understand that there's law enforcement has a job. Obviously, I've been supportive of Grady and everybody. But like, do we really want to have policing of e-bikes? And are you going 10 miles or 8 miles or whatever? It's just, I think it was a little bit of an overreach.
Governor DeSantis calling it an overreach, expressing concerns about more surveillance and saying there could be some unintended consequences as well. That's how he explained his veto of that bill. Now, joining us live now to talk about this, we are pleased to be joined this afternoon by Ira Leesfield, who is an attorney and also an advocate for pedestrian and e-bike, e-scooter safety, things like that. Joining us live now via Zoom. Ira, thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Well, thank you. I'm happy I can add something.
So first, I just want to get your response and your reaction to the governor's veto of this bill that was widely supported in the state legislature.
The governor is wrong. He needs to go to any municipality or any area where there's a heavy concentration of these electric vehicles and see how they are being not used, but misused. Surveillance, what does that mean? All law enforcement, all traffic enforcement is surveillance. I mean, surveillance of what? The cameras that are up if somebody's doing something wrong. It's already on closed circuit TV. This isn't surveillance. This is safety. This is about a couple taking a walk on a beautiful day on a boardwalk in St. Petersburg or Vero Beach and having a 12 or 11, 14-year-old youngster with no rules, no regulations, no place to ride, no designation of what the safe place is, and run them over. no helmets, no insurance, no license, no requirements. This needs to be looked at, and they started a task force. The bill is heavily laden, a bipartisan bill passed the House and the Senate. It's heavily laden with a study group and a task force to look further into the problem. But I can tell you that since 2019, when we called attention to this problem nationally in a comprehensive article, it has gotten exponentially worse. And the public is who's suffering. Anybody who wants, any disabled person who wants to use their wheelchair or walker or any other device on a public sidewalk, what is there to stop an electric vehicle from running through them or disrupting them?
Ira, why do you believe this has gotten worse? We have been tracking a number of high-profile incidents here in our area in Central Florida. The statistics seem to bear that out as well, that this has become a growing problem. Why do you think that is?
Well, for a couple of reasons. Number one, there's overuse, and it's not being, the e-bike industry is not selling these for micro-mobility to get to work. No one is using e-bikes to get to work, or to get to a final destination. That isn't the way our demographics are set up. That's the way it's pitched, but it's not the reality. These are being used as toys, as recreation, and as an instrument for people to have fun. Well, we don't live in Holland where people are orderly riding their bicycles around. This is chaos. If you go into any municipality on a Friday night, you'll see people doing wheelies, weaving in and out, and neither the governor nor you nor I nor anybody can tell an e-bike operator where to operate his or her e-bike. What is safe? Is it the sidewalk? Is it the road? Is it the bike lane? Is it the boardwalk? Is it all of those? Is it none of those? Can you go wherever you want? How fast can you go? Do you need a helmet? Do you need insurance? Do you need a horn? Should you have lights? There's no regulation whatsoever on a industry and on a form of danger that is not being monitored. So I don't get the concern about surveillance at all. I mean, going too far. And I think the governor started out saying maybe there are problems. There's no maybe here. The maybe is shown by each municipality. We now have a number of municipalities in Key West, Coconut Grove, Key Biscayne, around the state, passing a patchwork of legislation or municipal rules. So you're in Broward County on your e-bike and they have rules, whatever they may be, and then you go to Dade County and the rules are different or non-existent, as the case may be. So just like every other piece of safety and traffic legislation that needs to be passed to protect the public, we need a comprehensive law for the state, for all 67 counties and all 350 municipalities. We need one bill that everybody understands. You have to wear seatbelts. It doesn't change when you go from Palm Beach to Broward that you can take off your seatbelt. The same rules apply, and that's all this commission and these very hardworking, earnest legislators were trying to do, is get a comprehensive bill that addresses the problem.
When we heard testimony from local governments, from law enforcement in Tallahassee when there was discussion of this bill, because we have also seen, like you mentioned, localities across the state who have been trying to figure out how to deal with this, what regulations to put in place. Is that the only recourse now? Local governments doing that, as you said, a patchwork of things, and is your belief that it would be less effective than something at the state level?
Well, it certainly will be less effective because it's not uniform. Because any person in Florida driving from Hillsborough to St. Pete County on an e-bike wouldn't know that the rules were different. But every person knows you stop at red lights. That's a law. There's surveillance on that. Right? If there's red light surveillance, if you run the light, you're surveilled. And so the patchwork approach the checkerboard approach just isn't going to work. It's not going to give people the kind of certainty and guidance that they need, both the operators and the public. And now law enforcement's hands are tied. We saw an instance of a young woman riding on an e-vehicle, weaving in and out from the sidewalk to the street to a lane. She didn't have a helmet on. She had a young baby in her lap, which we don't know if that's allowed. Are these for one person or two people? The baby didn't have a helmet. She didn't have a helmet. And she was holding her cell phone, which is not so uncommon, while she was operating her e-bike and operating it in an obviously reckless way. So if a police officer stopped her, what would he cite her with? What's the law that he would cite her with? It's just not workable. I would just ask the governor to take a walk to any of our populated areas or even mildly populated areas.
So what do you want to see happen now, Ira? What do you believe is the next step here? What do you want to see happen?
I think that two things can happen. One is a public awareness of the dangers. I'm not too optimistic about that because we have a public awareness that drinking and driving or drinking and boating is dangerous, but the public awareness doesn't seem to be monitoring or controlling that. The laws, they just passed Lucy's Law, a very good piece of legislation on boating recklessness. Laws have impact. Laws have a message. So public awareness would be nice, but I don't think that's going to help. The next thing is to get this task force together and put some teeth into a bill that is not onerous on e-bike operators, that gives them some certainty as to where they can go and what they can do, and to some controls. They can govern, the state of Florida can govern a lot of things dealing with traffic. That's what they do. We have statewide traffic laws in the Florida statutes. This just needs to be, as a bipartisan group of Florida legislators in the House and the Senate found, this just needs to be implemented, and then the public has to know that there are consequences for riding on a sidewalk and running into someone on a walker.
Well, Attorney Ira Leesfield, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus and breaking this down for us today.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Reporting their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. We've got our eyes peeled for the upcoming and potential release of the new and latest trailer for the Grand Theft Auto 6 game, the most anticipated video game in history, something fans have been waiting a decade for, and the release slated for this fall, and going to feature a lot of South Florida landmarks that you probably know and are familiar with. And we've been learning more about the game this week, and earlier today I had the chance to speak with Andy, who is the owner of GTABase.com. You can follow GTA Base on social media as well, and we talked about what we are learning about the game, and also chatted about how some of these tidbits of information that have come out this week have reignited the debate over digital versus physical media. Andy, so much new information coming out this week. I know you have been diving in deep on GTA Base. What have we been learning about this game as some more information comes out?
Well, it's been a long wait for GTA fans. It was over 400 days since the last time we had that information with Trailer 2 on May 6, 2025. So it's been a long wait for fans. They were going crazy waiting for information, but finally Rockstar delivered, and they delivered big. They released a cover reveal a few days ago, and then pre-order opened yesterday, and it was a great batch of information. Ultimate Edition, over 50 new screenshots. Fans have been eating well, let's say, after this reveal.
This is going to be huge. I mean, this is, as we understand it, going to be the biggest map in one of these games that we've seen.
Yeah, the map is going to be so much bigger than any previous game, and fans are already trying to put it together. So there is a draft that you can find online, and it seems like it's twice as big as the latest game, GTA 5. So it's going to be, even Rockstar defined it as the biggest game ever created. So we can probably trust them on that.
So I want let's talk about the kind of the base edition, the standard edition, and the deluxe edition. So the price point about $80 for the standard edition, about $100 for the ultimate edition. I'm curious. We'll talk about the price in a minute, but just kind of talk to us a little bit about what we know about the differences in that ultimate edition and that standard edition.
Yeah, so basically, and of course you can go to our website, gtabase.com. We have a full guide on it, but basically the main difference is with the pre-order bonus, you get some retro hairstyle, clothing, and attire outfits for the protagonist, which is Jason and Lucia. And for the Ultimate Edition, you get a bunch of bonus content, like bonus vehicles, bonus liveries for vehicles, weapons, access to some certain garage and certain customization places where you can modify your car. Of course, people are taking it the wrong way. People are saying, does that mean you can't modify the vehicles in the standard edition of the game? No. Of course, there's going to be auto shops in the standard version of the game, but there's going to be additional ones in the Ultimate Edition. So basically, it's just bonus content, extra content on top of what is going to be already a massive game.
What are you hearing from folks as far as their plan? Is the way to go with this the deluxe edition, or is the way to go the standard edition? What do you think, and what are you hearing from fellow fans?
Yeah, well, the Ultimate Edition, it's not even in the price of the Ultimate Edition. It's not even that big of a jump compared to the Standard Edition. I've seen Ultimate Edition of games being like $50 more, $60 more than the Standard Edition. This is a $20 jump over the Standard Edition. So people were expecting much more crazy prices. So it's actually a pretty good deal for the content that they're offering. And the good thing is that if you decide to pre-order the Standard Edition, Rockstar offer that at any time you can upgrade to the Ultimate Edition content, but just purchasing the add-on on the PlayStation Store or Xbox Store. So literally, you can't go wrong, because even if you purchase the standard one, you can always upgrade. But the Ultimate Edition sounds like a pretty good deal at the moment.
And still, that standard edition price a little heftier than maybe a normal game, but it sounds like this isn't necessarily a normal game, especially when you consider the years of hype leading up to this.
Yeah. So I don't think it will stop any players from purchasing the game. Like I said, before prices were announced, people were fearing a $100 price tag or crazy price tags because they were feeling, hey, this is a massive game. What are they going to charge for this game? But at the end of the day, it's just a $10 increase over the normal prices. And when you look at the sheer size of Grand Theft Auto game, like you're getting hundreds of hours of content, of fun, of gameplay. And plus, interestingly, if you look at the prices in the European market or the UK, it turns out the price is the same as the standard AAA games. The AAA games on the UK and Europe already launch at those prices. So basically, it's just a United States price increase. I don't know why they did it that way, but either way, it's just a $10 price increase. I don't think it's going to stop people from buying the most anticipated game of all time. People have been waiting over 10 years for this, so I don't think it's going to stop anyone.
It's been interesting to see kind of the reignited debate over digital media and physical media kind of coming out this week as we learn more about this game as well, because what we have seen is some the reports that initially there won't be physical copies, that even if you buy a physical copy, it would be a code in a box and not a disc. We've now learned, I think, this week that Rockstar plans to release a disc version maybe a little bit later on, but not at release time. I want to get your take on this. We've been seeing a lot of discourse on this online.
Yeah, so the community didn't take it very well, of course, because having a physical disc, it's even for a collectionist, it's unbeatable. It's very, it's very important for these people. But I can understand the Rockstar side on this because they want to avoid leaks. And at the end of the day, if people are gonna get access to a physical disc, which happened before, it happens for every game with a physical release. Somehow the game gets leaked earlier, it gets in the wrong hands, it gets leaked a week before the game releases, and this spoils the game for everybody. So Rockstar clearly is trying to avoid this, and I can understand them. And also, not only that, but they are offering that the physical edition is gonna get released a week earlier so people can start preloading it, because let's reiterate, so the physical edition will only be a code that people can input in their PlayStation Store, and it will download the game, but it will download the game, it will preload it, so you can download it earlier, so exactly when midnight it's on November 19, you can play it right away. You won't have to wait. Otherwise, if you had a physical disc and you had to wait midnight to start downloading it, you would have to wait a lot longer. So I understand there are negatives, but there are also some positives. And like you said, maybe for the collectionists, a physical edition may come later. Of course, we can hope that at least in the box with the code, we can at least hope that Rockstar includes the classic map poster that they include with every Grand Theft Auto game. That's the minimum they can do. Come on. So I hope they can do at least that.
Yeah, let's hope so. I think I agree with you on that. Now let's talk about the file size. What do you anticipate being the file size for this? You talked about kind of having a week there to download it all. What do we know about how big this is going to be when it comes to the memory on the consoles that fans are going to be playing this on?
Well, look, I have no idea. I can't predict it because hopefully Rockstar has been able to optimize the game as much as possible, because with the amount of content that they are going to have in this game, like this game is going to, GTA Online and GTA 5 lasted over 13 years. I think and they didn't plan for it. They didn't plan for that to last that long. It was a surprise to them as well. With GTA 6, they know what they have on their hands. They know so they're planning for this game to last a long time. So either the content at launch is going to be incredible already, and we can expect the size to increase over the years. So hopefully they have a good optimization team. Otherwise, you're going to have only one game on your console, and that's it. So hopefully they have a good optimization team, so the size is not too crazy. But it's impossible to predict, honestly.
And we are still weeks away from the release of this. What's the bottom line here, Andy? What should folks know as we get closer to release date? And I think fans are just looking for any little bit of information they can get.
Yeah. So what's next? What people can wait next is probably the third trailer of the game, which has been long anticipated. Like I said, the last one we had was over a year ago. So people are waiting for that, and hopefully that's in a few weeks. We can wait for it. And And yeah, the drought of information is over. Now we have 5 months, less than 5 months then to release, and it's gonna be a long spew of information until release. And of course, we're gonna cover everything on our site, GTABase.com. We cover vehicles, weapons, missions, guides, cheat codes, everything you can think about the game. We're gonna have it. So if you're curious about the latest information, you can find it on our site for sure.
Andy, owner of GTA Base, thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time.
Thank you for inviting me so much. Thank you, and it's been great.
And as we go to break, give you a live look at Vice City. Downtown Miami. This is our camera overlooking Biscayne Bay on this Friday afternoon. We'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. Are you as glad it's almost the weekend as I am? I wonder what you may have in store, maybe some theme park plans in store for you this weekend. We've got a lot of theme park news that came out this week that we want to talk about now. So we're going to bring in Drew Smith. You know him as Drew, the Disney dude. Going to get us all caught up on everything that happened. And there was a lot, as there often is. Hey, Drew, how's it going?
Doing good, Garrett. Thank you for having me on. I like these weekly recaps, and it's actually something I've been doing on my Substack this week in the world of Disney. So rather than writing it, I figured we could just talk about it today.
Yeah, and we got some new stuff just this morning, even.
Yeah, this is a big one. I had no clue this was happening. Now, Disney had already talked about this technology before, this next generation audio animatronics tech. It's combining the actual animatronic movements with front-facing projection mapping all in real time. This is the latest development in Disney and Epic Games' $1.5 billion partnership. And actually today out at Disneyland in California, Pirates of the Caribbean debuted this technology for the first time in a Disney park. So wanted to throw it over to this video of the Imagineers actually talking about why this matters and kind of how it's actually on display.
In this project, we are working with one of our beloved attractions. It's called Scene 11, which is the pirate on top of the gold in the caverns where you see the treasure. What we wanted to do is take the character that was there and have him come alive, and to be able to tell the story of who he was before he became a skeleton frozen in time. He's a greedy pirate. He's sitting on top of the gold, opening up all these gold treasure boxes, and he finds one that has a gold coin, and that gold coin is cursed scorched. So when he lifts and picks it up and looks at it, it casts a spell over him that freezes him in time. And then his own weight of his arm, after he turns to the skeleton, drops the coin, releasing him from the cursed treasure. But then his greediness looks at it again and says, oh, it's gold. I'm gonna pick up that coin again. And then he becomes a skeleton again. And so for eternity, he's stuck in this loop.
I do think that's really cool, Drew, and it really does. I like the way you say it brings it to life, because it really kind of has, it really does, and kind of adds a whole new layer.
Yeah, that was a scene where it was just pretty much a static figure before, like an actual skeleton, and now you're actually seeing the scene brought to life through not only new animatronic, but through brand new technology. Now, I will say there's a very strong reaction online already with this on social media, and people saying, well, why are you touching a classic? And, well, we're kind of taking a step back with this projection mapping, but I think the biggest thing to remember here is that those videos that Disney is sharing, those are very up-close looks at the figures and the scene as a whole, whereas when you're on the ride, you're much further back and it's not as noticeable that it's a projection. And also, this is still brand new technology. I feel like Disney is very much experimenting with this, kind of looking down the road. And that's actually our next topic about all this transformation and growth at the parks around the world. But I'm thinking, 3-4 years from now with Villains Land at Magic Kingdom, for example, I'm thinking if we're going to have Hades in that land, for example, not confirmed by any means, but how Hades has that iconic transition from when he's cool and calm with the blue flames to when he erupts with those red flames. And that's what projection mapping from the front would do in real time to really make Hades come to life in a very natural way. So my main hope with this technology is that they deploy it in a way that makes sense and they're not just throwing it out to say, hey, we have new technology, because personally, nothing beats the actual articulated faces, in my opinion, just like what we saw with Frozen Ever After recently, where those animatronics were upgraded from digital to physical and they look better than ever. So I just hope that they use this when it's the right time to do so, when it actually makes sense for the story, because like I said, in my opinion, I always want those physical faces, but I did want to highlight this because it's a big development regardless.
We also got some numbers this week about the investments that Disney is pouring in, and like you said, some of these long-term projects and things that we're seeing that they kind of give us a better idea of where they're putting their money and their focus right now.
Yeah, so Disney released an economic report right before the country's 250th anniversary, kind of talking about how Disney Experiences, which is Disney Parks, Disney Cruise Line, and Disney Consumer Products, plays a very big role in our country, all 50 states. And a couple of years ago, Disney had talked about turbocharging the parks, spending billions of dollars. And this is the first time we've seen this number mentioned in writing since. And they're confirming that they're still planning to spend $30 billion domestically into Disney Parks and experiences through 2033. So as of right now, we really only know the plans for the next few years. Out at Disneyland, you're seeing the Avengers Campus expansion, the first Coco ride, a brand new Pandora area. Out here, Walt Disney World, we're seeing Villains, Cars, Tropical Americas, and Monstropolis. But looking to D23, we're going to really start to learn about what's actually coming to these places. Not just that we're getting these lands, but what we're actually going to experience in them. Maybe some surprises down the road past 2029 and beyond. But Disney has a solid 10-year plan here, and just thinking about $30 billion, that is a very, very big number. So lots to come over the next years to come.
Drew, we've talked about Level 99 opening at Disney Springs, but I want to chat with you about that again now that you have had the chance to visit. What are your takeaways? What do you make of it?
Yeah, so I just wanted to highlight this because Disney Springs obviously is a very popular destination when people don't want to go to the parks. You have shopping, dining, Cirque du Soleil, and now, in my opinion, this is the best one at Level 99. I got to go to a preview yesterday with the team working on this place, and also James at Guide to Disney. I have to give a shout out to him for taking me along, but Level 99, if you don't know, is pretty much a very big playground, and there's over 60 games here at Disney Springs. Disney Springs is the flagship location, 63 games, art pieces, food, and drinks, and honestly, I was pleasantly surprised with how much fun I had. I think my favorite part is that I wasn't on my phone. As a content creator, I'm on my phone all the time, but this was just a few hours to just go have fun with friends and laugh, play these games. There's mental games where you're thinking as a group. There's physical games, as you guys are seeing on screen right now. But Level 99 officially opens on June 29th, so just a few days from now. Tickets start out at $29.99, which I think is very fair. And a couple other important things that we we were told is that if you want to just walk in and get food if they're not at capacity, you can do so. So you can just walk into the venue, check it out, and then decide if you want to play the games. And also, if you decide to play the games, you can pause for 30 minutes, your game time, to go have food and drinks as well. So level99.com, there's a lot more information there, but it's a very fun physical space and opening very soon.
And maybe not opening quite as soon. We're still a few months away, but we got our first look at Disney's plans for the upcoming holiday season. What do we know?
Yeah, so halfway to the holidays is right now, and now we know the Walt Disney World's holiday season kicks off on November 13th. So you actually have some more dates in there. Before then, Disney Jollywood Nights returns to Hollywood Studios on November 7th. Mickey's Very Merry Christmas Party returns to Magic Kingdom on November 8th, and the Epcot Festival of the Holidays returns on November 27th. I would suggest going over to Disney Parks blog. Disney's teams put some incredible articles together with all the details, ticket pricing, the dates when tickets go on sale, what's actually happening at these parties and at each parks. So, well, we're still months away from the holiday season. A lot of people are planning now for then. So I know locally people probably aren't planning, but if you know friends and family who are coming in, then check out Disney Parks blog, and all that information is now available.
And something, sometimes we like seeing behind the curtain, and this behind the attraction coming back to Disney Plus, and this time they're looking at the Disney Cruise Line. Talk with us about what we know about this.
Yeah, so I've always loved Behind the Attraction, the Imagineering story. Disney Unscripted, a recent one on Disney's YouTube channel. And this is the first time we've seen Behind the Attraction, specifically about the history of Disney Cruise Line, the Disney Cruise Line fleet, the most recent ship, the Disney Destiny, which actually is setting sail out of Florida. So I just wanted to highlight that there's now 2 episodes on Disney Plus. And if you're a fan of Disney Cruise Line, at least for me, when I'm on social media, I see overwhelmingly positive reception to Disney Cruise Line. The hospitality is incredible. I actually went on the Disney Magic recently for the first time, and I was like, wow, I had my eyes open to how incredible the Disney Cruise Line fleet is with the dining, the entertainment, the characters. So I think this is just a really cool look to kind of hear about how it became a reality, and that's now on Disney Plus.
All right, Drew the Disney Dude, do you have theme park plans this weekend?
I don't know if I do this weekend, but I'm sure something will drop, or I'll cover something. But yeah, just lots of fun stuff, I guess. If you are going to the parks, then there's all these things that we have going on for Cool Kid Summer at pretty much all 4 parks right now. So even with the new stuff, we still have things happening throughout the summer period that are still brand new in a way.
All right, Drew, where can folks learn more about your coverage of the parks?
Yeah, I'm on every major platform in Substack now, drewthedisneydude.substack.com. So if you're on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, Twitter, pretty much any platform, you can find me at Drew the Disney Dude. And everything that we talked about today I have been covering, and then on Sunday I'll have another Substack article out as well. So it's the constant machine that never stops, but I love it.
Yep, we understand that. Drew Smith, Drew the Disney Dude, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are tracking breaking news this afternoon. A mistrial has been declared in the case of the suspect accused of starting the Palisades fire in Southern California. So we knew yesterday that the jury had been deadlocked in the trial of Jonathan Rinderknecht. He was a man who was arrested right here in Central Florida. So no decision by the jury yesterday. Well, today a judge declared a mistrial, but we have also learned that prosecutors say they plan to retry this case. This comes just after a day after jurors announced they were at a standstill in deliberations. That's 29-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht there. He was facing 3 federal charges: arson, malicious destruction by means of fire, and timber set aflame. These were federal charges. This was a federal trial that he was facing. Now, the jury sent a note back yesterday saying we have people on both sides that are dead set, unwavering, and unwilling to change their opinion. The jury said there was nothing the court could do to help, that they were split on all 3 of those charges. The prosecution had asked the judge to tell them to go back, deliberate further, but the judge ended up deciding that there was a risk of coercion, given how definitive the jury seemed. That's reporting from the Associated Press saying that. The defense has long maintained that the suspect in this case, Rinderknecht, is innocent. But again, the U.S. Attorney in Southern California, Bill Asaley, said they fully intend to retry this case in front of a new jury, and their hope is that they will obtain guilty verdicts on all charged counts. So continuing to follow that breaking news this afternoon, and we will bring you the latest as we learn more about a new trial date and whatever else might come from that. Well, let me give you a live look right now in Hollywood, Florida, at the Hard Rock Hotel there, where we are waiting for a news conference with Attorney General James Uthmire and the Deputy Director of the FBI, Andrew Bailey. You see the placard on the podium there saying auto pin accountability. Unclear if that is referring to the president, Joe Biden, the former president, who has been criticized by Donald Trump and others for using what they call the auto pen for signing some legislation and orders during his administration. Unclear if that's what this is referring to, or if there might be something else. But again, we do know this is a news conference with the state attorney general here in Florida and also the deputy director of the FBI. So obviously there will be some sort of a federal tie to whatever we are going to hear about coming up in just a few minutes. We will get you to this news conference as soon as it begins. Again, you're taking a live look right now inside the Hard Rock Hotel, looking where that news conference is expected to get underway any minute now. Let me also give you a live look at the Washington Hilton Hotel in Washington, D.C., where President Trump is expected to speak in about half an hour or so at this Faith and Freedom Coalition 2026 Road to Majority Conference. That's House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was just speaking. There have been a number of lawmakers and members of the Trump administration who spoke today or are speaking today. We saw Tom Homan earlier speaking at this. So a number of officials speaking at this event about faith, family values, a number of topics that they are discussing. Again, the president is expected. He's scheduled for 1:30. We will keep an eye on that and get you to that event whenever it does begin. Let me also give you another live look at this hour inside this courtroom in Lake County, where the competency hearing is continuing for Julie Sulpizio, who is facing charges in a deadly ambush of a deputy. There's questions about whether she is competent to stand trial. We're hearing evidence and testimony today that will help determine that. So let's go ahead and listen in live for a few minutes. We've not had the chance to do that yet. So let's listen to some of this testimony live from Lake County. And again, we'll get you to the Attorney General as soon as that news conference gets underway.
Yes, so of course I'm taking into account that has been the opinion of staff from the hospital. And I would take that into consideration as well And once again, individuals are seeing mood disturbances and psychotic. But what is the relationship between those? Because if an individual only has psychosis during mood disturbances, that might be more consistent with bipolar with psychosis. But if a person has psychosis and mood together, that is schizoaffective. So we're talking about the same symptoms, different labels, depending on onset, duration, frequency, overlap.
Dissociative identity disorder, also known as DID. Dr. Harper spoke quite a bit about that. Do you have anything else to add in regard to DID?
What I would say is that DID is very heterogeneous. So I used to see individuals with DID when I was part of the Trauma Resolution and Integration Program. We were actually conducting a study on DID, and I was also providing psychotherapy and assessment for individuals with DID.
So you've actually treated individuals that have DID?
Yes, because that program was specifically for individuals with trauma and dissociation. It was directed by Dr. Stephen Bolt. It was well sought after in the community, that program. So I actually saw individuals at different severities of DID, and what I would say is that they're very heterogeneous. With some of them, you will see that obvious shift. With some of them, it would take me a while, even in therapy, to realize this person has DID. One interesting thing, and that we were assessing all the time, is that they would not remember the therapy sessions. So I would be working on something during a therapy session, and the week after, they have been gone for the therapy session mentally. So they couldn't carry things. They had to learn a lot of grounding, staying in the now.
Why did you classify several diagnoses as rule-outs?
Because like I said, I didn't have the benefit of seeing her for many hours. And I think even then, I think it's better to see her longitudinally. And she couldn't give me that information of what depression looks like in you, what anxiety looks like in you. She has a lot of mental confusion, and she has severe gaps in memory. So she will, for example, not remember almost anything before high school, that can happen in individuals who have dissociative disorders, not remembering big chunks of information. So she couldn't tell me when the symptoms began. She couldn't tell me how long do they last. She couldn't necessarily describe them.
Where has she been housed since she was arrested on this case?
Sumter County Jail, and also she's been to the forensic hospital and the state hospital in Chattanooga.
And what has the staff at the jail and the state hospitals diagnosed with?
So I didn't commit all of this to memory. There have been several diagnoses in the jail. One of them is DID, dissociative identity disorder. You're talking about the Sumter County Jail?
Yes.
Yes. And I think they've also diagnosed her with acute stress disorder, which is something that we diagnose somebody who is maybe on the way to developing PTSD, but we don't have the time frame yet. Mood disorder. So it's been mostly that.
And Ms. Supizio has been evaluated by several different mental health experts.
Yes.
And there have been an array of different diagnoses.
Yes.
Do these diagnoses contradict one another?
No, I think it's actually very common for individuals with a complex profile to be diagnosed with different things, because that will depend on what the person is seeing, what the doctor is seeing in the moment. So if I'm in the hospital doctor and I see somebody with a lot of mood issues and psychosis, I may say, oh, that looks like bipolar with psychotic features. But I haven't seen this person for the symptoms to assess whether this is more consistent with schizoaffective. Individuals with DID may be diagnosed sometimes and with other disorders as well. But they don't contradict each other because everybody is seeing the same symptoms. They're seeing psychotic symptoms, and they're seeing mood symptoms, and they're seeing dissociation. It's just the label, what comes before, what is more common. So they don't contradict each other.
And, you know, the word disassociation has been used a lot today. Can you just describe in the simplest way possible what this association is?
Dissociation is dissociation is a gap, is a fragmentation, and it can take many forms. So let's take a simple form: dissociation of affect. That means I feel something in my body, but I'm disconnected from.
Well, let me get you live now to the Hard Rock Hotel in Hollywood, Florida, where Attorney General James Uthmeier has walked to the podium. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Deputy Director Andrew Bailey, FD Lee, Special Agent in charge from the Tampa region, John Vecchio. We have a Chief Assistant Statewide Prosecutor from my office who talked a little bit more specifically about the specific matter, Paul Dontonville. I'm very grateful to him for his work. Before we get started, just a quick thanks to Deputy Director for being here. I think we first communicated years ago when he was counsel to the governor in Missouri. I was general counsel to Ron DeSantis here, and he became AG ahead of me by a couple of years and really was the gold standard for being decisive, acting, going after bad guys, going after Fauci, doing what's right and just. And I was excited when I got this job to get to work with him a little bit, but he was recruited very quickly up to D.C. to the Trump administration to serve as Deputy Director of the FBI, and it's great to continue working together in this capacity. So today we're here to talk about some auto pen accountability. Several months ago, my team came to me and they were nervous. There were quite a few people being released, pretty bad dudes, guys that were serving 7-8 year plus sentences, big drug crimes, people that had been charged with attempted murder. Nevertheless, President Biden commuted their sentence, used his pardon power to let them out early. I say president, but it really was an auto pen that did it. So there's some legal, uncertainty surrounding some of these actions to begin with. But many of these individuals are here in Florida. We've already taken one of them down. I'm here to talk about another one today. I'm going to be issuing a directive to all of our local state attorneys and state law enforcement to continue to work through this list and to pursue state charges with regard to all of these individuals that are very dangerous. I don't know why they were released. They should not have been released, and we're going to arrest them, lock them back up, and ensure that we are protecting our families here in the state of Florida. So today, auto pen accountability is focused on an individual, James Dobbs Jr. This is an individual who was charged and convicted of serious drug offenses. When law enforcement went to serve warrants on him the first time, he was trying to flush things down the toilet. He had a gun next to his bed. He was unlawfully in possession of firearms. This is a dangerous guy. So we are bringing state charges. He was served with a 7-year sentence, and President Otto Penn released him after just 20 months. This is unacceptable. We're not going to let it happen. We're going to get him back behind bars where he will stay for quite a while. I want to thank the FBI for working with us. They've been great partners, providing us evidence, witness information, testimony of agents that have worked on a lot of these cases as we go out and pursue law and order. This effort is not partisan. It's not Republican. I know we have a lot of people here for the convention. Going after bad guys and keeping our families safe is not a partisan ideal. It should not be. Yet, unfortunately, we too often see blue states with escalating criminal activity and states like Florida reaching record crime lows. We have the lowest crime rate here in Florida than we've ever had, and it's not without question. We know why. We know exactly why. Our office in the last year has had 50% more statewide prosecutions. Our sentencing rate is up 30% on convictions. Human trafficking cases, over 40% more convictions. A record number of over 1,700 child predators arrested. We love and support. We love and support our law enforcement. We give them the tools to be successful. They know we have their backs. We let them do their job. They do it well. And when they arrest bad guys, they know we are going to prosecute. We are not going to be lenient. We are not going to let people out early. We're going to make sure that they are locked away for as long as possible. So it is no surprise that we have the record of crime lower than we've ever had before. So one more applause for that, please. So before I turn it over, Mr. Dobbs is going to be looking at up to 320 years in the Florida Department of Corrections based on the totality of the state charges. We will continue working with our federal partners to go after everybody else on the list. I want to thank the prosecutors that have worked personally on this, Paul Dontonville, who you will hear from, and statewide prosecutor Jessica Bake. Thank you both for your great work on this. It's saving lives. It really is. They don't get paid all the money in the world. They're not working 9-to-5 jobs. They're working hard, but they do it because they love it. They do it because it's meaningful, fulfilling, and at the end of the day, they are indeed saving lives. So with that, I will turn it over to Deputy Director Bailey. Thank you again for being here, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. I want to thank General Utmeyer for his leadership, for his dedication to public service, and for standing with law enforcement. I want my presence here today to underscore the deep partnership between the FBI and the Florida Attorney General's office. General Utmeyer is a leader who has the courage to pursue justice and hold violent offenders accountable despite the previous administration's decision to put those same violent criminals back into your communities. This is not my first trip to Florida, and I hope it won't be my last, because this state stands with law enforcement. This state stands with the brave men and women who put the badge on every day and risk their lives to keep these communities safe. That commitment to public safety is embodied in the action General Utmeyer is taking on this case. In 2023, the FBI led the investigation into this violent offender. And working alongside our state and local partners, we brought federal charges to ensure that he would be held accountable for his crimes. But after those charges were brought and after justice was secured, the previous administration violated the sanctity of the rule of law by allowing unelected staffers to exert unconstitutional authority, to betray the very people they were charged with protecting. This broken promise set loose a violent offender on your streets. And the shocking reality is, while the former president slept, unelected staffers abused the auto pin in similar circumstances to let loose convicted criminals in communities across the nation. Today, the FBI is standing shoulder to shoulder with the state of Florida to keep the promise that others have chosen to break. This offender has an appalling, violent criminal history, including 16 felony charges and 7 felony convictions. His criminal history includes possession of cocaine with the intent to sell, multiple charges for possession with intent to manufacture and deliver controlled substances, possession of a firearm and ammunition by a convicted felon, possession of methamphetamine, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, aggravated battery of a law enforcement officer resulting in bodily harm or disability. The FBI did its job. Our state partners did theirs. And today, working together once again, we are ensuring that this violent offender is held accountable and that the people of Florida receive the justice and the safety that they deserve. As a former prosecutor, former Attorney General of the state of Missouri, and now as Deputy Director of the FBI, I've spent my career working alongside leaders like General Utmeyer. He and I served together in the pursuit of justice. And through this case, that partnership continues. This FBI, under the leadership of Director Patel, will seek every avenue, whether it be federal, state, or local, to hold violent offenders accountable and protect innocent victims. Fighting violent crime is the cornerstone of the FBI, as underscored by Director Patel's prioritization of this effort. The FBI's presence in Florida is strong. Our 3 field offices are fully integrated with state and local law enforcement to secure safer streets and restore the justice that criminals steal from their victims and their families. While an electronic signature applied under questionable circumstances may have freed a violent offender with no regard for the safety of Florida's communities, Attorney General Utmeyer took action. This case sends a clear message. Violent offenders will never escape justice. It is my sincere hope that other states will follow the example set here today and have the courage to bring state charges against those who seek to avoid justice by exploiting unelected bureaucrats' abuse of constitutional authority that the people never gave to them. Let there be no mistake. Through these partnerships, we prioritize protecting victims and the safety of communities, not criminals. Because this is also about every victim who was forced to relive their trauma because of the previous administration's gross negligence. It's about every family who was denied justice and is serving a life sentence of pain. And it's about ensuring that the rule of law, not reckless and unconstitutional actions, guide our decisions. This FBI will not rest until every victim sees the full weight of the American justice system bearing down on those who thought that they were above the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director. We love the partnership with these guys. We also have great statewide law enforcement here in Florida, best in the country. I'll let our special agent in charge, John Vecchio, say a few words.
Good afternoon. I'm Assistant Commissioner John Vecchio of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
You got promoted. I'm forgetting already.
Yes, sir.
Man.
Yes, sir.
He is an Assistant Commissioner now. My apologies. I'm supposed to probably be reading my notes, but I just go off the fly. So,
Thank you, sir.
And very, very well deserved. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney General Utmeyer, the statewide prosecutors, and our partners at the FBI. Florida is a law and order state, and we work together with our partners to hold individuals like Dobbs accountable. FDLE stands ready to protect our citizens and visitors to this great state. To accomplish this, it requires teamwork and resources. We routinely collaborate with our state, local, and federal partners. These partnerships are the foundation of complex investigations like this that our agents, analysts, and partners conduct daily. FDLE's mission is to promote public safety and strengthen domestic security. We take this mission seriously. The safety and security of our citizens and visitors is our top priority. If you commit a crime in Florida, we will use every available resource to investigate those crimes and bring you to justice. Thank you so much.
Now, John's been on with me on the road show as we've been highlighting a lot of great law and order work, a lot of big convictions, taking down predators. So I get into habit of just saying the same thing, but we're very, very proud to have John on the team. To round us out, I'll call up Chief Assistant Statewide Prosecutor Paul Dontonville.
Thank you, General. Good afternoon, everyone. At the direction of the Attorney General, statewide prosecution examined several cases where dangerous felons were put back on the streets after their federal sentences were commuted by President Biden. We have acted carefully but quickly to examine and evaluate these cases for state prosecution. What we have found are several cases where the criminal history and the facts of the specific cases did not warrant a reduced sentence. To date, we have arrested 2 individuals on state charges related and released by President Biden. Oscar Fowler was arrested in February of this year on drug and gun charges in Pinellas County, where he faces up to 45 years in prison. He was previously released after serving less than 2 years on a 12-year sentence. Oscar Fowler is a career criminal with a violent history. His case in Pinellas County is currently pending for trial, and we intend to fully prosecute Mr. Fowler. The other case that brings us here today is James Dobbs Jr. As the General mentioned, in partnership with local, state, and federal partners, such as ATF, DEA, and the FBI, we have exercised our discretion as a state sovereign to bring the prosecution of James Dobbs, arresting him for 8 counts of phenethylamines, which is akin to MDMA, 2 counts of trafficking of cocaine, possession of cocaine, and felon in possession of a firearm. He now faces, as the General mentioned, more than 320 years in Florida prison, and also a host of minimum mandatories, such as 3 years and 7 years. Mr. Dobbs was previously sentenced to 7 years in federal prison, but unfortunately served less than 2 years. He was released in October and was arrested on state charges yesterday in Brevard County. This case involves numerous drug deals between the defendant Dobbs and a confidential source. Based upon these deals, law enforcement executed a search warrant at his home in Cocoa, Florida, where they found more drugs and a firearm, which Dobbs was not permitted to possess due to his prior felon drug history. We'd like to thank the FBI Special Agent Matt Pagliarini, DEA Special Agent Brian Lammers, FDLE Special Agent Michael Tracy, FDLE Special Agent Supervisor Ryan Bliss, and of course, General Uthmeyer, our statewide prosecutor Brad McVeigh, and my colleague Jessica Bake for her tedious work here. Mr. Dobbs currently is in custody in Brevard County Jail. He will appear this afternoon for his initial court appearance. The Office of Statewide Prosecution, at the direction of the Attorney General, will continue our careful and vigorous review of cases involving commuted sentences by President Biden, and we will fully exercise our discretion to bring charges on behalf of the state of Florida to hold these career criminals accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you. I'll conclude by saying I don't know why former President Biden let a lot of these dangerous people go free. Something tells me he probably doesn't know either. But I'll tell you this, I would much prefer to not.
Looks like we may be having some issues with our feed there. We're going to step aside and take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to let you know that Attorney General James Uthmeier continuing to speak in Hollywood, answering some questions now from reporters. We'll cut that for you and play it back for you coming up in a little bit. Right now, I want to get you to this news conference that's just about to get underway in Tampa, where we're going to hear from the U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe and other officials talking about some significant actions when it comes to combating healthcare fraud. So let's go ahead and listen in as this news conference gets underway.
Here to talk about healthcare fraud prosecutions and work here in the Middle District of Florida and elsewhere. But before we do that, I'd like to introduce you to the gentlemen behind me and their respective agencies. To the far left is Michael Donovan. He's the Assistant Special Agent in charge for the FBI here in the Tampa field office. Next to him is Isaac Bledsoe. Isaac is the Special Agent in charge for Health and Human Services here in Tampa. To my far right is Ron Locker. He's the IRS Criminal Investigations Special Agent in charge. And to my near right is Josh Lawler. He's the Resident Agent in charge of the VA Office of Inspector General. As I said, we're here to discuss the criminal aspects of healthcare programs. We have indicted multiple cases over the past several months. Obviously, this is something that is extremely important, not only to here in the Middle District of Florida, but to everywhere in the country. Literally, millions of people receive healthcare based on government programs, and the individuals that we're going to talk about here today compromise those efforts on a daily basis, taking unwanted funds from people, compromising people's safety, and engaging in criminal activity. In all candor, they betray the people that they are supposedly helping, and of course, they betray the United States by taking money that they're not entitled to. It is extremely important to the Middle District of Florida. Last year, we stood up a healthcare fraud unit in the Middle District of Florida that is run by the chief of that unit, Kara Wick. That was designed to work with all of the agencies that we have represented here to attack healthcare fraud throughout the Middle District of Florida. Not just here in Tampa, but throughout the Middle District of Florida. The Jacksonville area, Ocala, Orlando, Tampa, and down to Fort Myers. Our office works with all of the agencies that we have here before us, as well as the Department of Justice, to prosecute the individuals who are defrauding America on a daily basis, unfortunately. This is a series of crimes and events that are escalating throughout not only the United States, but more importantly, on a local level here in the Middle District of Florida. This has no reason to abate or subside. We have a very vulnerable population that these fraudsters are taking care of, and the job of these agencies, along with the U.S. Attorney's offices, is to protect those people not only from physical harm, but also from financial harm, and that is the design. Many of you, I'm sure, you've saw the national health care takedown that was announced earlier this week. 455 defendants were arrested, including 90 doctors, and it involved about $6.5 million in false claims. We were, of course, involved in that, but we were involved in that takedown as well as numerous other cases. And I think it's important for the folks to get a flavor of what kind of cases we're talking about, and then we can open it up to questions after I speak, and each one of the gentlemen to my left and right can speak. But let's give you an idea of what we're talking about, and I think the press release encompasses quite a few of these cases that we have before us. The first one I'll talk about is Constantine Braverman. He was involved in fraudulent Medicare claims involving COVID-19 kits. He was indicted in Jacksonville for soliciting and receiving kickbacks in connection with the scheme to submit fraudulent claims to Medicare for COVID-19 kits. Medicare covered these tests at no cost upon the beneficiary's request. Braverman and his co-conspirators engineered a scheme using marketers that sold medical provider lists for medical beneficiaries and their identifying information. What does that mean? That means that people were selling information concerning Medicare recipients to Braverman and his co-conspirators. The providers then shipped COVID-19 tests to the identified beneficiaries. And the question you're going to ask is, did these beneficiaries order those test kits? Did they want those test kits? No. They never ordered them. They never want them. They got them. And Braverman and his co-conspirators just billed Medicare. This was 152,000 fraudulent claims were filed with Medicare over the course of less than a year, which resulted in a $14 million fraud. Braverman himself took $1.5 million in proceeds. And I will tell you, as part of all of these indictments and cases, efforts are being made with asset forfeiture and other methods to try to retrieve as much of that money as possible. The next defendant that we're going to talk about, Leo Corrigan, he too was involved in COVID fraud with test kits and generic testing. Corrigan and his co-conspirators were charged with billing Medicare for both unrequested COVID-19 kits and generic testing kits. Corrigan conspired to purchase Medicare beneficiary identification numbers and use those numbers to bill Medicare for over-the-counter COVID-19 tests to be shipped to those Medicare beneficiary identification numbers that had been purchased. Did those beneficiaries request that information, and did they want those tests? The answer is no. Corrigan owned and controlled the corporation that he used to provide Medicare beneficiary information to certain labs that could then use the information to also bill Medicare for generic testing in exchange for payment. Corrigan defrauded Medicare of $7.5 million and approximately $1.7 million in illegal kickbacks and bribes. The next individuals here in Tampa, Lee Tessar, and it's important to cover the terrain here because this type of fraudulent activity is not taking place in somebody else's backyard. It's happening in Jacksonville, it's happening in Orlando, it's happening here in Tampa, it's happening in Fort Myers. Sometimes when you go through some of these press conferences, people think that these things are happening someplace else. The community has to know it is not. It is happening right here. And Tessar, Pesha, and Kobe Evans, they're individuals that were here in Tampa and were indicted for wound care fraud, a scheme that could have cost the taxpayers, if it wasn't stopped, $118 million. $118 million for wound care as part of this wound care fraud scheme. These defendants targeted Medicare patients, though the Tessar, who is a nurse practitioner, could bill Medicare for unnecessary and expensive wound care, and Pesha and Evidence, both nurses, got kickbacks for referring those patients to Tessar. In certain instances, Medicare was billed for expensive wound care that was never used on patients or that was applied in a medically inappropriate situation, such as infected wounds or where the patient was known to be near death. So imagine this situation where we have a Medicare fraud claim for wound care protection that for an individual that is near death. They nevertheless pursued this. In 18 months, Medicare was billed approximately $118 million for skin grafts and wound services that were either medically unnecessary, ineligible for reimbursement, or not even performed. And they were all procured through kickback to the other two individuals. Medicare paid approximately $61 million based on these false claims, and we've seized about $11.8 million in assets. Other cases that fall into this category, Rustam Abadev. A Russian citizen living here in Tampa was charged with a conspiracy to commit money laundering with a defrauding scheme involving Medicare and Medicaid. That likewise involved false claims for durable medical equipment. Over the past year, 24 and 25, Abadev and his co-conspirators used this company, Sunny and Recovery, Inc., to submit false and fraudulent claims to Medicare Part C and Florida Medicaid for durable medical equipment, including back, knee, and wrist braces. Abadev and his co-conspirators used stolen beneficiary information and physician-provided numbers to submit DME claims, durable medical equipment claims, that were not prescribed, not medically necessary, and in many cases, not actually provided. They billed Medicare over $19 million and paid almost $1 million for claims during the past year. Abadev also has pleaded guilty, and he faces up to 20 years in prison. Again, here in Tampa, actually this one's in Bradenton, a little further south. Henry Garcia, another individual involved in fraudulent activity involving durable medical equipment. He offered to pay kickbacks, bribes, he played kickbacks and bribes over the past several years, he ran various medical companies. He used call centers that contacted seniors, seniors being another vulnerable population here in the Middle District of Florida, as many of you know. Contacted seniors here in the Middle District of Florida and elsewhere, and used telemedicine companies to obtain physician signatures on brace orders, even when the equipment was not medically necessary. And he then paid kickbacks for each brace order that led to reimbursement. Medicare was billed over $10.5 million, and they paid about $4.5 million in claims over the past several years. Garcia, in fact, faces up to about 10 years in prison at this point. Another individual who's been indicted and charged just recently, his name is Mark Vincent Pazienda. He's a lawyer, a licensed lawyer in the state of Florida, and a Pasco County resident. Now, I'll tell you exactly what he did, but suffice it to say at the outset that Pazienda was defrauding the defrauders. We had two individuals who were defrauding Medicare, and they've since pleaded guilty as well. And then Pazienda took over $300,000 from those two defrauders and defrauded them. So we have an attorney who had his initial appearance today, I might add, who was involved in defrauding defrauders over the past several years. What he did was he took their money and promised to essentially hide that money from the IRS to ensure that when the IRS came, they wouldn't get this money. It was that money, then he set up a system with various trust funds and accounts, and in fact, he took the money and never paid it back. He's facing 20 years in prison. And last on our list is someone from the Orlando area. And what I tried to do here is we tried to take cases that from all over the district to show that this is not a problem that is in just one particular locale, but these cases are emblematic of cases throughout the district. This was a Lauren Cagnazol. Cagnazol was a VA nurse, and he linked up with an individual by the name of Heribito Rivera. And Heribito Rivera was paying Cagnazol kickbacks for Mr. Cagnazol to refer VA patients for him for various treatment, and that went on over a period of years where Cagnazol was referring these patients to Rivera's facility. It was called Family Integrative Medicine Orlando, and after paying that kickbacks, Rivera paid Cagnazol $175,000. $175,000 to a VA nurse for that VA nurse to kick patients over to Cagnazol's entity. That has resulted in over $14 million in claims to the VA, and the VA paid about $11.9 million on those particular claims. All of those we are trying to get back through asset forfeiture and through other legal means. I hope you understand the breadth and the extent of this problem, but I also want you to understand, and then the community should understand, how much is being done to attack this problem. The approach of the U.S. Attorney's Office in setting up the particular unit that we have, the healthcare fraud unit here in the Middle District in Florida, and putting one of our finest lawyers, Kara Wick, in charge of that unit, is to have a multifaceted approach. We attack the problem, we disrupt their operation, and when need be, we indict. And if there's a civil case to be involved, we also file a civil case.
U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe speaking live right now in Tampa about some of their efforts to crack down on healthcare fraud here in the Middle District of Florida. We are still awaiting the arrival of President Trump at that event in D.C. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
put Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back inside Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look right now inside the Washington Hilton in our nation's capital, where we are awaiting the arrival of President Trump, who's going to speak at this Faith and Freedom Coalition Road to Majority conference that's being held there. This will actually be the president's first visit to the Washington Hilton Hotel since the assassination attempt postponed the White House Correspondents' Dinner. You may remember that happening weeks ago, and the president coming back to the Hilton for this event. Going to be speaking shortly. We will get you to his remarks as soon as they begin. Right now, I want to get you back to Tampa, where we're hearing from the U.S. Attorney in the Middle District of Florida, speaking right now about some efforts to crack down on healthcare fraud here in the Sunshine State. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the U.S. Attorney and all of our law enforcement and prosecutorial partners for having me here today. First off, right off the bat, I just want to be clear. Healthcare fraud is not a victimless crime. These schemes steal from taxpayers, divert care from patients who need it, and all too often put beneficiaries at risk and threaten their well-being, as you've heard in some of the news stories. This year's National Healthcare Fraud Takedown reflects what can only be described as a whole-of-government approach, as you can see from the different agencies on the stage today, to protecting our federal health care programs and the beneficiaries that rely on them. Our cases, the specific cases charged in the Middle District of Florida, are the results of successful, ambitious enforcement operations into healthcare fraud. And again, the schemes were totaling close to $160 million in intended loss. Each case representing a different facet of how fraud is being perpetuated against Medicare, Medicare Advantage programs, and Medicaid. These cases charged nationwide, and specifically those here in the Middle District, demonstrate what is possible when law enforcement and our prosecutorial and federal healthcare partners work in true coordination to bring those responsible to justice. This is my 20th year as an investigator. This is my 16th year working.
He doesn't look that old, does he?
It's the white's getting in the beard. 16th year working these takedown cases and participating in these, and I can say for certain that healthcare schemes and the healthcare landscape is evolving quickly, and these fraud schemes are becoming more and more sophisticated. In the case involving Rustam Abdeyev, for example, a newly formed durable medical equipment or DME company and supplier generated a dramatic billing spike, and beneficiaries across multiple states reported that they never requested or received the DME that was billed in their names. In the Henry Garcia indictment, we saw how call centers and telemedicine and intermediaries are used to allegedly generate sham brace orders and pay illegal kickbacks. The allegations in the Pazienza case show how shell companies and trusts can be used to misappropriate entrusted funds and then, as Greg mentioned, to obstruct oversight by falsifying documents to the grand jury. The matters involving Braverman, Tesser, Prescia, Evans, and others just similarly illustrate the range of actors, nurses, marketers, clinical operators, an attorney, and other intermediaries who enable these networks. But our investigations, all of us, begin with data and tips. To stay ahead, HHS OIG specifically has invested heavily in cutting-edge data analytics, tools that are allowing us to detect and act on these fraud schemes before they result in significant losses. We are working closely with our in-house data scientists and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or CMS, to flag these suspicious claims and place these fraudulent companies and individuals on payment suspension, at times so quickly that we're able to stop less than 1% of the would-be fraudulent claims from ever going out the door. It's an example of what we're doing from moving from the old pay and chase model to one of early detection and prevention. The future of healthcare fraud enforcement, for my office, as I see it, is proactive, it's data-informed, and it's deeply collaborative. No single agency can address these threats alone, but working together with our indispensable partners at the healthcare fraud section in the Middle District of Florida, the Department of Justice Healthcare Fraud Strike Force, the FBI, the VA, OIG, IRS, and our other federal, state, and local enforcement partners, we can not only respond to this fraud, but we can detect it, prevent it before dollars are ever stolen and before patients are ever put at risk. I want to thank all of our partners again for the commitment to this mission, and a specific thanks to the agents, the investigators, the analysts, and the prosecutors who got this work done. At HHS, we'll continue to work to safeguard our programs, protect our beneficiaries, and ensure that taxpayer funds are used for care and not for criminal profit. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. We're going to move down the line here. The reason why I always like to have people have something to say here, I want the community to understand what these gentlemen's agencies represent and what they are doing to fight this. That this is not just a one-prong attack. It is an attack of all these agencies working together. So consequently, that's why I think it's important for each of the ones to stand there for just even of a brief period of time to give some comments as to what they're doing. Just moving down the line, if I could just talk to Josh Lawler. Josh is, again, the resident agent in charge of the VA, the Office of Inspector General. Josh.
Thank you, sir. I'd just like to take a quick moment to echo the comments of my counterparts here and thank the United States Attorney's Office, our law enforcement partners for their outstanding work on all the cases that we highlighted today. These fraud schemes not only steal from the American taxpayer, but they also target some of our most vulnerable citizens. Among these are over 1 million veterans that call Florida home.
Let's get you live right now to the Washington Hilton. President Trump expected just about to begin speaking at this Faith and Freedom Coalition event. This is the 2026 Road to Majority Conference at the Washington Hilton Hotel. He has been introduced to the sounds of God Bless the USA by Lee Greenwood, and let's go ahead and listen in as he begins his remarks.
Friend of mine for a long time, and thank you to all of the true American patriots of Faith and Freedom Coalition. You've been with me from the beginning, and pretty much like nobody else, I don't think can top you. You were just great right from the beginning. You got it. You understood what we had to do, and we got it done, and we're continuing to get it done at levels that nobody's seen before. With the help of many people in this room, 18 months ago, we won the most consequential election victory in American history. Winning all 7 swing states, the Electoral College by 312 to 226, the popular vote, and 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. That's called a big victory. The Faith and Freedom Coalition was with us every step of the way. You knocked on 97 million doors. It's true. Ralph actually told me 10 million, so I had checked. It was 9.7 million. You reached 18 million voters. Think of that, voters of faith. You sent 28 million text messages and made 10 million phone calls to help us win a mandate like no other administration in modern history. It was a mandate like we have not seen before. And together we saved our country, and we saved religious freedom in America. We saved religious. It was going down. And you've always stood with me, and I will always stand with you. I'll always remember it. I'll always remember how hard you worked and your spirit. I especially want to thank Pastor Paula White, who's with us. Paula, wherever you may be. Thank you, Paula. Great person. Director of the White House Faith Office, Jenny Korn. Terrific. Jenny, thank you very much. Bishop Kevin Koberis. Where is Kevin? Thank you, Kevin. Good job. Nice looking man. President of the National Hispanic Christian Leadership Conference, Pastor Sam Rodriguez, who's been with me from the beginning. This place is crowded. I remember this place not so long ago. Hopefully, we'll have a little more pleasant. We're going to have a little more pleasant experience. I remember this room very well. A friend of mine who has been just incredible, Dr. Alveda King. Doctor, thank you. Thank you, darling. She's been with me also from the beginning. So many from the beginning. You can tell so much. The ones from the beginning, I don't know, they tend to be the ones, they're the ones they stay, and they stay like nobody. And we appreciate all of those people. An ambassador to the United Nations who's doing a really great job. Mike Waltz, he's around here someplace. Mike, doing a really good job. And just over 1 week from now, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, marking 2.5 centuries of glorious American freedom. And thanks to the extraordinary work and incredible devotion of patriots like those people in this very, very crowded ballroom, today I can proudly report that on the edge of our 250th year, America is back. It's back. It's back. I believe better than ever before. And I'm especially pleased to say that, likewise, religion is back in our country, bigger and stronger than it has been in many, many years. Been reading all of those reports. Religion's really, it's going up. If that were stuck, we'd be very, very rich, all of us. It's been great to watch. And as I've said before, to be a great nation, you have to have religion and you have to have God in your nation. If you don't have that, it just doesn't seem to work out, does it? And we have it. We have religion and we have God now. Remember when I first started, 2016, they wanted to take the Christmas out of Christmas. Remember that? We ended that little drive, but we ended a lot of other drives too. From the very beginning of our country, American greatness has been forged by people of faith, and the very first settlers who set foot upon this new world at Jamestown got off their ship, raised up a cross, and bowed down to the Lord in prayer. It was faith that strengthened the Minutemen and who stood up at Lexington Green and Concord Bridge in Philadelphia 250 years ago. Next week, our founders invoked the Creator 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. 4 times. I wasn't mentioned once. I'm very upset. Not once. Faith pushed the pioneers to journey west. Faith led Americans to abolish slavery, and faith built this country into the most exceptional nation in the history of the world. It was going very badly a couple of years ago, very badly, but it's back really strong. But we have to be very careful because bad things are happening. Could I watch what's happening? And we're going to be discussing that in just a minute. Americans have always deeply believed in the promise of Christ's words in the Gospel of Matthew. With God, all things are possible. With God, all things are possible, right? All things. That's why as we prepare to enter the 250th year last month, tens of thousands of patriots came together on our national mall, and we officially rededicated America as one nation under God. And we're not changing. We're not changing. And we always have been, and we always will be. We're not going to let them take it away. But as we celebrate this anniversary, we must also remember that our country could have been marking this occasion under very different circumstances. The last administration carried out a reign of persecution and repression against Christians and people of faith like America has never seen before. It's terrible. They turned a nation founded on freedom for believers into a place where Catholics were targeted by the FBI, where pro-life grandmothers were put in jail for praying, and where members of our military were thrown out of the armed forces for their religious beliefs. The radicals responsible for these offenses
Welcome into Florida Live. If you're just joining us right now at this 2 o'clock hour, we are listening in as President Trump speaks live right now at the Faith and Freedom Coalition's 2026 Road to Majority Conference, live at the Washington Hilton Hotel. Let's go ahead and listen in as the president speaks.
Just grossly incompetent ideologies and so many more. But they did not get that chance because they lost an election in a landslide, and we won an election in a landslide. And while I am in the White House, I will defend Christians and all Americans of faith 100%. You have it 100%, and you've seen it already. So upon taking office, I created the first ever Presidential Commission on Religious Liberty, led by Texas Lieutenant Governor, a great guy. I don't know if he's here. I know he's coming over to my office in a little while, a thing called the Oval Office, beautiful office. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, and my friend, Dr. Ben Carson. I don't know, so many people in this room, I don't know if they're here, they may be here, but they're two great people. And later today at the White House, they will present me with their official report and recommendations to ensure that America continues to uphold the first right in our Constitution, and that's religious liberty. We have to uphold religious liberty, most important thing. On day one of my administration, I ended the weaponization of law enforcement against religious believers. You know that. I pardoned the Christians Joe Biden threw in jail for saying prayers. He threw him in jail. You know, he didn't know what the hell he was doing. The guy's grossly incompetent. But he was surrounded by very smart, in some cases brilliant, lunatics. I got rid of the sinister Johnson Amendment so that pastors can speak the truth at their pulpits. We created the very, very popular White House Faith Office, first time that's ever happened. And I set up an official Department of Justice task force to eradicate anti-Christian biases. Anti-Christian bias, who would think at a high level, too, although it's fading, going to fade fast. That task force just produced a new documentary revealing the abuses of religious freedom that they uncovered. It's called By Dawn's Early Light, and it's out right now, and it's really supposed to be. I have not seen it. I cannot tell a lie. I have not seen it, but I've heard about it, and I hear it's great, and I will see it, I hope soon. I also signed anti-Semitism in our country. And we reinstated the warriors who were thrown out of our military by the Biden vaccine mandates and restored them to their former ranks. And we let them back with full pay. Is that good? We want to cut costs, but we figured we have to radical left lunatics and agitators who try to harass and intimidate people in their places of worship not so long ago. And to help parents send their children to schools that share their values, I signed the largest expansion of school choice in the history of our country, including in Texas. And in my direction, the Department of Education issued new guidance protecting the right to prayer in public schools. That was a big thing. And these are all things that we were, they fought us very strongly, very, very strongly. Hard to believe they'd fight us on that, but we had to fight the good battle, but we won every time. We slashed federal funding for any school that pushes transgender insanity on our youth. We expanded the Mexico City policy to stop taxpayer dollars from being used to promote radical gender ideology around the world. Radical gender ideology, it is. I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. That wasn't too tough. That was sort of an easy one, but we have a man running in Texas who thinks there are 6 genders. I don't know what. He's going to have to discuss that with us. Can you believe it? 6 genders. And we officially banned the chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. And now we have to pass the Save America Act to protect our sacred American elections. Have to pass it. Hard to believe, right? Hard to believe that we even have to fight for this. We have to fight for everything. Nothing comes easy. Nothing. All voters must show photo ID. It's not so bad, right? All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Is that so hard? You're fighting the Democrats and a few Republicans who are doing a tremendous disservice to this country. We have a few Republicans that are fighting it. Lisa Murkowski of Alaska. You should call her and tell her to get on the ball. She'll never win another election, I can tell you. She's got to vote. It's called the Save America Act. It's voter ID, ideally a photo ID, right? So you can look and you can say, oh, that person's okay, or for lots of reasons, that person is not the same person. We want proof of citizenship, and we want no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, and military deployment or travel. We'll be very judicious. Look what's happening in California, where the ballots still aren't in. They're still not. Can you believe it? Weeks afterwards, you know what's happening? They're cheating. The kid won, or he was certainly in the top two. I don't know him. I never met him. Spencer Pratt. And he went away quietly. We didn't go away quietly, but he shouldn't go away quietly. He should protest because it was, in my very strong opinion, that was a rigged election. That kid should be in the runoffs. The woman who edged him out after like a long time, days and days, and then you'd hear reports, Spencer Pratt is not doing so well, even though he was strongly in the lead. And then you hear Spencer Pratt has a 20% chance of being in the runoff. I said, they just rigged the election. And then you hear that a woman who nobody ever heard of is in the runoff, not him. And then they tried to hurt Steve Hilton, too. And I called the U.S. attorney and I said, you have to look into this because Steve Hilton did great. He's running for governor. And you could see it. The election was there. He was doing great. Then day after day, you'd hear reports about vote counting. They go on for weeks. You know, Colombia just had an election, the country of Colombia, 30 million voters. And I endorsed. I'm endorsed. We do so well with endorsements, like almost 100% success. But I endorsed somebody running, El Tigre. I liked him. You know why? Because he likes me. I don't know. He used to talk about Trump. I like President Trump. I don't know. How can you not let? So I endorsed him. I didn't know. He was in way down the list. He was not going to win. No chance of winning. I endorsed him and he won. Did he just announce he won? But think of it. They had 30 million votes. By 9:30 in the evening, every single vote was counted, and there were no complaints. He won. Every vote was counted. Here we are in California. They're going to go for weeks and weeks and weeks. And you know what they do? They cheat. How many votes do we need? How many votes? That's why they take their time. How many votes do we need? Okay, here they are. Honestly, it's terrible. We're a third world country with elections. And we will also enshrine a permanent law that says very easily and succinctly, no men in women's sports and no transgender surgery for our children. Never forget, if the radical left ever gets the chance, they will bring all of this insanity right back at levels that you've never seen before. You will never have seen anything like it if they ever get their chance, and they're trying like hell. I call them the Democrats. I exchanged an E for a U, the Democrats. And it's trending number one, the word Democrat. I just can't believe I didn't think of it 9 years ago. I should have thought. The Democrats, they are horrible. They want to resume the transgender mutilation of our children. They want to restart the war on Christians and churches. And as you saw with the communists elected in New York City recently, they're communists, they're not social democrats. They want to completely destroy the traditional American way of life. Communism is very easy to sell. It destroys everything, but it's very easy. I'll be honest, I think I'd be the greatest communist in history. I'd give free rent. Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, you don't have to pay any rent. From now on, anybody wants a house, don't worry about it. Just pick the house you want. Everybody gets free food. Everything is free from this point forward. Everyone's going to vote for me. The problem is, after 2 or 3 years, the country is a disaster area. The country fails. They always do. It always does. So easy to sell. That first year, boy, you're the most popular. It's happening right now in New York and California. But you'll start living in squalor. You'll live in squalor. There will be no food. There will be no housing. There will be no military. There will be no law and order. There will be no nothing. There will be no nothing. You'll be a third world inhabitant in every way, and everyone will suffer or die. You'll suffer or die. That's what happens. For thousands of years it's been happening by different names. Thousands of years. I'm telling you, I'd be the greatest communist in history. It would be so easy. You wouldn't have to work. You could stay home. The problem is a couple of years go by, the whole place collapses. Always does. Always has. But I'm sorry to say, but assassinations of those who oppose them is a very important element of their ideology. Assassination's a big deal for them. They're animals. They're animals. In many cases, they're not smart, but in some cases, they are. It's easy for them to get followers because they make promises that they know they can't keep. And the Democrats aren't fighting back. That's why they're dumb. They're not fighting back. They're afraid. I watch Schumer. He's afraid to fight. I watch guys that are pretty normal and guys that we oppose. They're afraid to fight. The Democrats have taken a tremendous turn left. And many of these people, I looked at some of the people that got elected the other night in New York. These are, in many ways, stupid people, in some ways, and intellectually probably pretty smart, but they're people that want to destroy our country. They hate our country. They hate our people. They hate the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party is in big trouble because this isn't stopping with New York. This is going on. It's too easy to get elected, giving everything away. Too easy to get elected. Very dangerous, but you'll soon have nothing left. That's the problem. In many ways, they're allowing them to just go their own way, do your own. We don't want to take a chance on saying anything bad because we're afraid we're going to lose our jobs if we do. They're afraid they're going to lose their election if they even think about saying anything bad about this new breed of sick people. They're not smart enough or tough enough to fight the plague that's happening. It's happening right before your very eyes. If they fought them the way they fight Republicans or the way they fight me, they'd be victorious. They didn't beat us, but they'd be victorious against the communists. But they don't have the courage to do so. So they're turning communists themselves. It's becoming a communist party. These are not social Democrats. These are hardcore, godless communists. They're godless communists. All communists are godless. They don't believe in God. This is the most serious threat to our country since its existence, in my opinion, 250 years ago. This is a major threat to our country. It isn't something that's easily solved, but with a little love and help, some hard work. Because it's ironic, we're celebrating a very important birthday, our most important birthday so far, 250 years. And instead of speaking about Christ, and instead of speaking about freedom and victories of all different kinds, we're speaking about yet another threat to the foundations of America. These ruthless communists will attack all religions, but in particular Christianity. They always do. They're after Christianity more than any other religion. It seems to be more and more throughout the world, maybe because we're doing so well. I don't know. Maybe if we weren't doing well. But you see the numbers, how they're growing, how the churches are filling up. It's a beautiful thing to see. I mean, look, it happens to be during my presidency, so I don't mind taking credit for it. I'm very proud. But a lot of great things are happening. All communist countries attack religions violently. That's part of their deal. As you know, we recently struck Nigeria and largely ended the slaughter of great Christian populations. They have a great Christian population. They were being butchered. Thousands and thousands of people were being killed, children, women, old people just being slaughtered, hatched to death. They know that if they go further, the attack will be far greater, and that they don't want to really get involved anymore so much. You know, we hit them very hard. We knocked out their leader. We knocked out their second leader and their third leader. Sounds a little bit like Iran, actually. That's all about a different cause that we have to do, because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Can't let it happen. So I'm saving Christians throughout the world, even though we are not in those various countries where you read about this. But they'd like to make our country just like those countries. That's where they started. They started right where we are right now. But I'm saving them by hitting these terrorists very violently and very hard. We're hitting them very hard by the greatest weapons on earth, taking them out. We know where they are. We hunt them down and we take them out. Think of it. They go into a village and they just kill everybody. It's like crazy. They will close your churches in this country. They go communist, and they're trying to. They will kill your people, and that's what they're about. They want to end religion. They have to end religion because their ideology doesn't work if you have strong religion. People like you that are so incredible and love our country so much and love God. This is the greatest threat to our country since its founding, in my opinion, 250 years ago, what's happening right now. It's the greatest threat. People don't look at that. Well, oh, 3 people were elected. No, it's many more than 3 people. And the other people are being swayed because they don't have the sense to see what's happening. They don't have the sense. Their followers are not leaders, even though they're politicians, in some cases successful ones. For the first time in history, the powerful Rent Stabilization Board, as an example, that sets rents in New York City, just happened today. They've done it for years and years, and they've been very far left. They're run by Democrats, and they give landlords a hard time for years and years. It's called rent control. They give landlords a hard time, but they always give some increases so they can survive. But they just came out, first time ever, with a ruling, 0 rent increases for landlords, 0 for the next 2 years, despite the fact that energy, supplies, real estate taxes, and just about everything else has gone up. They're supposed to allow you to have that. 0. They're giving them that. They're basically...
President Trump continuing to speak right now at this Faith and Freedom Conference in Washington, D.C. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live. We'll get you back to the president's remarks in just a couple of minutes.
Plus.
Welcome back into Florida Live. We are listening into President Trump as he speaks at this Faith and Freedom Coalition Road to Majority Conference, talking about faith, talking about the ills of communism as he describes it. And we will go ahead and listen back in as he continues to speak at the Washington Hilton Hotel.
But you have to pay massive tariffs to come in. If you build your car in the United States using U.S. workers, our great American workers, you don't have any tariffs to pay. So they're all pouring in. It should have been done years ago by other presidents. We have the greatest culture on earth, and above all, we have the greatest people on earth. We do. We have the greatest people. But think of it. I was with the King of Saudi Arabia, and he said, Mr. President, 2 years ago, your country was dead. It was a dead country. And today, you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's amazing what's happened. We were laughed at. We had a man who couldn't speak, couldn't think. He didn't know what the hell was happening. Kept falling down all over the place. If he was standing here now, he would have been off the stage before he started. But if he was standing here now, he wouldn't know how to get off the stage. You had to lead him off the stage. It was a disaster, and it was a rigged election. But we did it again, and we got it right. Too big to rig. We made it too big to rig. It was a rigged election. And look what happened because it was a rigged election. 25 million people came in, many criminals, murderers, 11,808 murderers, more than 50% of who created more than one murder, murdered more than one person. These are not going to be the citizens of our country. There's not a thing you can do to change that. But drug dealers at the highest level, the worst, some of the worst people on earth came in through open borders, Joe Biden's, but really it was the ideology's open border policy where everybody could come in. They came from all over the world. They emptied their prison populations into the United States of America. Think of that. But we're getting them out. We're getting them out faster than anybody can imagine. And we're going after the bad ones first. We're getting them out. Last week, we signed a historic agreement to accomplish what no president has ever been able to accomplish before, that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to let that happen. And thanks to the power and skill of the United States Armed Forces, Iran today has no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft capability, no radar, virtually no manufacturing. Their drone capacity has been cut by 82%. Their missile capacity has been cut by 80%. Their rocket launchers have been cut by 90%. Their leadership has been killed a first time, and their leadership has been killed a second time. And nobody wants to be the leader of Iran anymore. They said, who would like to be the president? And everyone said, no, thank you. It's amazing. And then the fake news, like the New York Times, which is a failing publication. But the fake news, ABC, so bad, ABC television network, fake ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN. They actually said for a little while, it didn't play well, that Iran was much stronger today than it was 4 months ago. Think of it. They have no Navy. They have no... They said they're stronger. They're dying to make a deal. They're giving us a lot. This should have been done over the 47-year period that they've reigned with terror. And that's what they did. They reigned with terror. When you see a young man or woman walking around without legs or without arms or a face that was obliterated, it happened from the roadside bomb. That was the creation of General Soleimani, who I killed in my first term, and that was a big killing. He was a mad genius, but he was going to knock out 5 of our military installations. I found out about it. And in all fairness, Israel was supposed to do it with us, and the night before that took place, we heard from Israel that they will not be doing it. They don't want to do it. And I said to a couple of generals that we had, who were very good, I said, what do you think, generals? Can we do it? Because we worked on it for 30 days, worked on it with Israel. They said, we'll do it, sir. Can we do it as well? We'll do it better. And he was dead the next day. He was dead in the valley of death. He died in the valley of death. We had him all We knew when he was coming, where he was coming, how he was getting there. We knew everything, but we lost our partner. I don't blame them that much, to be honest with you, because it's tough stuff. But they told us the night before they won't be doing it. We did it ourselves, and we did it so incredibly well. We also took out the head of Iraq's ISIS division, and we took out both of them by luck with Iraq. But had he lived, because he was a brilliant general, very sick man mentally, but he was a brilliant general, it may have been a different story. I don't think so. I think we would have knocked the hell out of him whether he was there or anybody else was there. But he was a brilliant general. It's one of the biggest things ever to happen in the Middle East, the killing of Soleimani. People have said it's the biggest thing to happen in 100 years because he was a dominant force. I actually think that Khomeini and all of the people in Iran were happy about it because they were afraid of him too. Over the past few weeks, the stock market and your 401ks skyrocketed upward like pretty much nobody's seen before. Oil prices are plummeting downward, and the world is a much safer place. We had to take that detour to knock out Iran. If we didn't do that, and we still have a fight. They have some capability, not much. They're not winning or anything, but they have some capability. They can still shoot. You know, they shot a drone yesterday at a big ship going into the Hormuz Strait. They shot 4 of them. We knocked down 3 of them. One of them, I guess, we didn't miss it. Nobody saw it coming, and it hit a ship and did some damage. But you can't do that stuff. But very soon they will be, we're going to be at $2.50 gasoline. You know, I was in Iowa making a speech the day before we did the attack. And again, we had to turn it around. Everything was going so well. It's like, you're doing so well. We have the best economy. Everything's great. And I say, I brought my people into the room, my financial people and other people. I said, listen, we just set a record in the stock market. We just set a record in every single thing, including 401ks. Your 401ks, most of you have 401ks, are at the highest they've ever been, everything. But this was true 3.5 months ago, before the attack. Everything was good. We had records and everything. We were doing great. And I said, I hate to tell you, but we're going to have to take a detour. We're going to have to go to war or go to a military operation, which my people would prefer that I use as a term because war means things that they don't like, but whether you call it war or not, it is what it is. And we're going to go down to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we're going to have to hit them very hard. And don't forget, when Barack Hussein Obama did the JCPOC, if you look at that, Barack Hussein Obama, have you heard of him? He was a disaster. He was a disaster. He gave them $1.7 billion in cash, $1.7 billion in cash, and tens of billions of dollars. He gave it to Iran, thought he could buy their friendship, and it was just the opposite. They used the money and they built missiles and everything else. And I terminated the JCPOA. It was his agreement. It was the Iran nuclear deal. It was a disaster. By the way, it expired a long time ago, but I terminated it long before it expired. If I didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon. If I didn't send the B-2 bombers in 10 months ago, they would have had a nuclear weapon. We obliterated that nuclear.
President Trump continued to speak right now at the Faith and Freedom Coalition Conference in Washington, D.C. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but we will get you right back to the president's remarks in just 2 minutes.
program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Let's get you right back to President Trump speaking live right now in Washington, D.C. at the Faith and Freedom Coalition's 2026 Road to Majority Conference at the Washington Hilton.
In Colombia, really tough jungles too, dangerous jungles. And women would die and women would be raped. Remember when I said they get raped? Crime, murder, and everyone, my first speech was controversial. When I announced I was running, everyone said, "What do you mean raped?" What I said was peanuts compared to what happened. And the women would come up and they'd die, they'd be raped. A lot of people would die on those caravans. The journeys up they call them journeys through hell, because they had to go through jungles, they had to go through very dangerous areas. And the people that got here would just walk right into our country. We had no idea who they were. Nobody would even stand there and check. They just came in. Come on in. Come on in. This was Sleepy Joe Biden's ideology that was forced on him by much smarter people than him that wanted to destroy our country because he had no clue. But with the help of our law enforcement heroes in 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded in our country's history 125 years ago. Think of that, the year 1900, that was before my father. My father would hate me saying that because it's a long time ago, but that was before my father was born. I had a wonderful father and mother, and family. But the lowest murder rate in 125 years. Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest, most beautiful cities in the country. And just a little while ago, it was a killing machine. Think of that. A year and a half ago, Washington was a very unsafe city. Now it's one of the safest cities in the country. It's one of the most beautiful cities. Doug Burgum and myself and a whole group of people did a great job on the monuments and fountains, and the reflecting pool was so beautiful. They tried to destroy it. They cut it up with a box knife and tried to destroy it. And it's in great shape now. They're terrible. They're vandals. They've caught 6 of them, I guess, maybe more. They've got others in line to be caught. But we just inspected it. We'll fix it right after the 4th of July. Got to let the water out, just fix it. But we caught them. They would cut it, and they would grab this very expensive and very good material, totally waterproof, and they rip it. These people are sick. They ripped a scar 350 feet long through the side of the reflecting pool. These are the people we're dealing with. These are the people that want to destroy our country. But we've invested a record $1 trillion in the United States Armed Forces, and we're going this year for $1.5 trillion, all made in the USA. And something that's so exciting, the recruitment. You know, if you go back a year and a half, 2 years ago, you could not get anybody to join the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the Coast Guard, Space Force. You couldn't get anybody to join. They had tremendous recruitment problems, but now recruitment in every branch of our military is setting records. 18 months ago, we had tremendous shortages, and we couldn't fill them up. We were never going to fill them up. That included police and firemen. We couldn't get policemen and women. We couldn't get firemen and women. Anything with a uniform, because they were ashamed of our country, because we had people that were not respected. You have to respect the president. If you don't respect the president, you're going to have a problem. You're going to have a problem. They had no respect. And now we have waiting lists. Now you can't get into the military. Literally, we went from the worst recruitment numbers ever in 1 year to the best recruitment numbers ever. And it all started on that beautiful day, November 5th, right? A thing called Election Day. And as soon as we won, before I even got to do anything, those numbers started going through the roof. People love our country again, and they have spirit. You always loved it, but you were down, you were depressed. You were not feeling too good about our country, especially you as people with a great religion and a fervor for Christianity and religion. You should be depressed. You should have been, but now you're riding high, but we have to be careful. We don't want to lose it. We've got to win the midterms. We've got to win the election coming up, and we're gonna be in good shape. But you have to expose them. If you don't expose them, I stand here and I expose them. Some people don't do it right. They say they're going to get free rent. Well, that's okay to say, but everyone's going to vote for them, except for a few of the people in this room. But you have to say they're going to get free rent. But in 2 years, everything is going to collapse and you're going to live in squalor. When you say that, you can beat the free rent. You can beat the fact that they're going to take your house away and give it to somebody else, which is essentially what they'd like to do. But it's happened so many times over the years with really powerful countries, and we're not going to let it happen. So we have the strongest and most powerful military anywhere in the world. I built it in my first term, using it a little bit in my second term. And we're once again using it to defend America's interests and American values. Look at what happened in Venezuela. We have a great, and by the way, we're helping Venezuela. They had a tremendous earthquake, a lot of people killed, and unbelievable, right in Caracas. And we have a lot of people over there helping, but Venezuela's been fantastic. We've had a great relationship. It was a one-day war. We hit them so hard, and one-day war. Now we've taken out millions of barrels of oil, and we've paid for the war many times over. But just as importantly, they are doing better than they've ever done. They're making more money than they've ever done. They've never made the money that they're making now. And it's really, outside of what happened last night with that was terrible what happened. It was a big earthquake, knocked down buildings. But outside, it was really, it's a happy country again. The people are happy. They're dancing in the streets. The people running it are doing a very good job. The United States has never been stronger. We have never been wealthier. We've never been prouder to be an American. Since 1776, America's story has been a tale of freedom, overcoming oppression, good defeating evil, and faith overcoming every challenge and every foe. We had everybody was winning, and we're going to continue stronger, maybe stronger. One generation, think of it, just one generation after our war of independence, the British tried, they really tried hard to conquer America.
President Trump continuing to speak right now in Washington, D.C., talking about faith, freedom, values of the country, and a number of other topics. We're going to take a quick break right now, but we'll be right back.
Reporting their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Let's go ahead and listen back in as President Trump continues to address this crowd in Washington, D.C.
Happy Independence Day, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, President Trump wrapping up there after speaking for about 45 minutes at this Faith and Freedom Conference, talking about a number of things, covered a wide range of topics in that speech to this crowd, the Faith and Freedom Coalition's 2026 Road to Majority Conference at the Washington Hilton. Again, this is the president's first visit to the Washington Hilton Hotel since he was there for the White House Correspondents Association dinner when there was an assassination attempt made on his life. He's speaking today in front of a crowd of I can't tell how many people are in there, but a ballroom that looks full, and a lot of folks with their phones up, ready to take pictures, and they were taking videos when the president first walked in there about 45 minutes ago or so, and spoke, again, a wide range of topics, talking about the founding of our country, obviously talking about America 250. Speaking of that topic, let me give you a live look right now at the National Mall where the Great American State Fair is going on. You can see along the right there the booths of many of the states. Each state having a booth there with some different things to experience that talk and share a little bit about what makes their state great and unique. So this is going on right now on the National Mall in commemoration and celebration of America 250. We're just over a week away now from July 4th, which is the 250th anniversary of our country declaring independence. And so we're continuing to look at the history of our country and our state and so many other things as we get closer to that. Well, speaking of Florida and our state, let's go ahead and get a check of our forecast here. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, who is joining me live now as we get ready to head into the weekend. And Noah,
yes,
still dealing with the heat, still dealing with the humidity, still dealing with the storm chances.
We are. It's summer in Florida, about to be July 4th, so everything you're seeing now is exactly what you would expect for this time of the year. All right, so outside right now, it really depends on where you are. We'll show you some of the cameras right now. In the top left, Daytona, it is totally sunny. Top right from Orlando, it is clear. Bottom left, Lake Fairview, a couple of passing puffy cumulus clouds. And in the bottom right, Titusville, we've got some thunder showers that are approaching in those areas here over the next couple of minutes. So let me give you the weather headlines today on this 26th of June already, if you can believe it. So we're talking about scattered daily storms each day through Saturday. I think we're going to catch a little bit of a break on Sunday. June this year will end up one of the hottest Junes on record, given the forecast, and much higher coverage of PM storms Monday and Tuesday of next week. Speaking of next week, a couple of things I do want to point out to you. A big change in the jet stream pattern. In fact, we're going to have a mega, what we call ridge in the jet stream. Now, what is a ridge? Well, on Earth, the jet stream goes like this: ridges, troughs, ridges, troughs. Well, next week, what's going to happen is a pretty close to record-setting ridge is going to develop over the Ohio Valley in the eastern U.S. And you see here's a trough over the PNW. Here's a ridge over the middle part of the country. Here's another trough out over here. So what happens is where the air goes up, you get hot weather. Where it goes down, you get cold weather. And here in the middle of the country, it is going to be very, very hot next week and very cold out in the west. Now, what that means for us is that we're going to be on the bottom of this high, because literally what this is high pressure like that. And the air goes up like this. You see it right there. Then it comes around into Florida. And what that means for us is what we're going to get is a lot of east to west wind. The flow is going to come in like this. And what that's going to do next week is push all of the storms over towards the western side of Florida. So where we haven't seen a lot of rain of late, you're going to get a lot of rain middle and into next week, and we'll actually see our rain chances go down as we get into the 4th of July. In fact, it looks like it might be a mostly dry couple of days around the 4th for us, and all the PM rain chances are going to be on the western side of the state. But if you are traveling, areas up in here beneath this heat dome are going to be very hot as we head into next week. In fact, I'll show you some of the temperatures here. So here is that pattern in a little clearer sense. You can see the hot heat dome to the north. Very cold weather out in the west. This is for next week. Now the heat index, this is just a current forecast. I'll pull this up so you can see this is next week. Very, very hot weather. In fact, if you look here, a lot hotter for places to the north than here in Florida. In fact, this is next Wednesday and Thursday. Notice how here we are in Orlando, it's only 103, but you look up here and let's say Pittsburgh, 110, Memphis, Tennessee, 112, Chicago, 106. So if you are traveling for the 4th next week, a lot hotter places to the north than it's going to be here in Florida, believe it or not. In fact, it'll be record-setting heat in D.C., towards Philly, Pittsburgh, not quite New England, but anywhere from Pittsburgh through Kentucky into Arkansas, the Plains, Detroit, Chicago. One of the hotter 4th of July's weekends they've had there in quite some time. All right, so that's kind of the outlook in terms of temperatures. Now next week, then we'll come back to the here and now. Beneath the bottom of that high pressure, what we're going to watch is this east to west flow coming in off the Atlantic. And look right here, east to west flow, going to bring in a lot of tropical moisture. Daily storms are going to track the other direction. They're going to go this way across the state, where right now they're going the other way. And you look right here, there is an outside chance of a tropical development either right here or over in here next week. I think it would be pretty weak if it did happen, but it's something we're going to keep an eye on here in the forecast. So that's the outlook for next week. Let me get you back to right now and right here. We'll take you to the current radar. And notice there's not really a lot going on right now. We've got a couple of storms over here. So a couple of storms out over here on the coast. Sorry about that, my pencil lagged. There you can see there's some storms here on Brevard County area. But what we're going to see through the evening tonight is that the storms really get going in this area between, let's say, 6 and 9 p.m. So about 6 to 9 p.m. places like Orlando, the theme parks over towards Seminole County, those will be the areas that get the storms later this evening. And you can see right now in Brevard County, we've got some pretty big storms here west of Satellite Beach, and also some storms here up by the Canaveral National Seashore. So Garrett, it looks like we'll have storms coming in this evening if you have plans. We'll do the same thing tomorrow that we're doing today. Sunday, I think, is mostly dry. Then next week, as we just talked about, the headline is it's going to be really hot up north if you're traveling. Then by the end of next week, all of the storms will be over in Tampa. So it actually might be pretty dry for most of us for the 4th this year here.
All right. We will keep an eye on all of that. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area today. For that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon. I know the governor in Polk County earlier today.
Yes, that's right. The governor was in Lakeland today, and that's where he announced that the majority of Florida students are at or exceeding expectations when it comes to education in the state of Florida. Ron DeSantis, he made that announcement during his press conference today at Lakeland High School, and he said that more than 60% of students are performing at or above grade level in English language arts, math, and other core subjects. And he said that this marks the first time student proficiency has reached this level since Florida abolished the old Florida Standards Assessment exams, and that happened back in 2022. Under the current system, students take progress monitoring assessments at the beginning, middle, and end of each school year. The goal of the changes was to allow teachers to provide immediate intervention rather than waiting until the end of the school year to spot learning gaps. Recent data shows English proficiency climbed to 61% over the last 4 years. That's up from 49% when the progress monitoring model first started, meaning roughly 150,000 more students are meeting expectations. Math proficiency also rose to 62%, which is a 9 percentage point improvement from last year, translating to an additional 115,000 students performing at or above grade level. Now, Florida Department of Education Commissioner Stacey Kamoutsis noted that academic gains extended across all student subgroups, including English language learners, students with disabilities, and economically disadvantaged students. Looking at other subjects, 60% of fifth graders showed proficiency in science, while 74% reached that mark in biology. In social studies, more than 70% of students scored at or above grade level in both civics and U.S. history. Florida also established a record graduation rate of 92% during the 2024-2025 school year. Now, school officials have not yet confirmed the exact testing schedules for individual school districts for the upcoming academic year. The state also has not yet released specific data detailing individual school or district level performance grades, which are used to help determine graduation status. Garrett?
A lot of attention right now. What's the what do we know about the arrest of this Detroit Lions player facing charges in Tampa?
Yeah, so this incident, police say, actually stems from an Airbnb that Therian Arnold rented back in February in Largo. On Wednesday evening, the 23-year-old NFL player turned himself in at the Orient Road jail. He faces 3 counts of kidnapping, 3 counts of armed robbery, and conspiracy charges for both offenses. Investigators say those charges are linked to a violent attack that took place on February 4th. Police believe Arnold was the main conspirator behind an ambush where 3 teenage boys were held at gunpoint and pistol whipped at an apartment on North 46th Street. 6 other suspects were arrested in February and March in connection with the case. 2 of those suspects pleaded guilty on Wednesday. According to detectives, more than $250,000 worth of luxury items belonging to Arnold were stolen from that Largo Airbnb that he rented on February 1st. Investigators say Arnold believed he knew who took those items and directed others to lure one of the men to a Tampa apartment. Police say when the victims arrived around midnight, they were ambushed from a closet, held at gunpoint, and beaten. Investigators say the assault was live streamed to Arnold, who then ordered the suspects to go inside and steal from the victims. Tampa police later confirmed that the 3 teenage victims were completely innocent and had nothing to do with the original theft. Now, regarding this case, 13th Judicial Circuit's State Attorney Susie Lopez stated that nobody is above the law, regardless of whether they play in the NFL. Arnold's representative released a statement categorically denying any involvement and maintaining his innocence. They claim there is no credible evidence against Arnold and argue that the government is relying on testimony from co-defendants who have incentives to shift blame to lessen their own sentences. Now, during his first appearance via video conference on Thursday, Arnold's attorney requested copies of the co-defendants' recent recent plea deals and prior statements, but the judge denied that request for now. Arnold will remain in jail without bond until his pre-trial detention hearing. And Garrett, that is scheduled to take place on Monday morning.
All right, Fox 13.
Part of that national healthcare defense.
Thank you.
All right, and I have,
oh yeah, I think he did buy it.
See the what? Are you looking for Goodwill offers? Yeah.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Of the other stuff that I've looked at that is a little less relevant to competency.
Doctor, let me ask it this way. When you saw this video, you spent, I think, 40 or 41 minutes with her. Is that about right?
The second time, correct.
Okay. Now, even though you spent 40-odd minutes with her, do you believe, in your professional opinion, based upon all of the other information that you already had available to you as it came into your possession after your evaluation, that you had adequate time available and information available to you to come to an opinion as to Ms. Ledizio's competency to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty?
Yes.
And your evaluation of Ms. Ledizio's video, was it not?
It was.
Have you reviewed that video?
Twice.
Okay. And doctor, let me ask you this. Have you, based upon your work in this case, come to an opinion as to whether or not Ms. Julianne Ledizio is competent to stand trial?
Yes, I have.
What is that opinion, doctor?
And my recommendation to the court is that the court find her competent to proceed.
That is based under the Dusty standard, is it not?
That's correct.
The Florida law, Florida rules set out some 6 areas of inquiry that are part and parcel of virtually every competency to proceed evaluation that comes before. I'm sure I know you wrote those in your report, and you've written those probably 100 times or more. Does Ms. Ledizio have the ability to appreciate the charges against her?
Yes, she does.
Why?
Well, she listed almost in order from most severe to least severe all of her charges. She told me that she was charged with the murder, 3 attempted murders, I believe, the battery on a law enforcement officer, and the conspiracy charge, and then also 3 counts of, I think, simple battery.
So for a total of 9 charges.
Right, and she was clearly capable of telling me which charges were felonies and which were misdemeanors. And by the way, she told me this as both Julie and as Lucifer. It didn't matter who she was presenting as. The statement from her was highly consistent, nearly identical.
Since you bring that up, Doctor, let's stop and go over and talk and digress over to dissociative identity disorder, which we've heard testimony about here today, or you prefer to be unspecified dissociative identity or something. I can't remember the exact phrase in your report. But the fact that Ms. Sulpizio relayed her charges to you, both as Julie and as Lucifer, and I'm putting those in quotation marks, has what significance to you? Why is that important?
Well, again, she presented the exact same information as Julie, and then after she was presenting as Lucifer. And what's important there is access to semantic information, or access to knowledge, access to information that she came to learn about her legal case in the relatively distant past, since August 2nd, but charges have been there since August 6th, 7th, or 8th, and the indictment, whenever she was charged. That's correct. So the idea that whether she is presenting as Julie or whether she's presenting as Lucifer, that somehow there's this wall between accessing one's autobiographical history or even charge-specific information is not anything that I saw in my evaluation, and is thankfully is captured on video. So what we have here is we have a person who does have mental illness. We also have a person who has some symptoms. But in my opinion, what we don't have is somebody who is incapable of fulfilling the 6 criteria to meet Dusky, and in my opinion, she's competent. So symptoms do not equal incompetence. Symptoms that significantly impede the ability to complete the 6 criteria could potentially result in a finding of incompetence.
Okay.
Symptoms do not equal incompetence.
And one can be mentally ill, but yet still competent to proceed, correct?
You have a diagnosis. They can have a diagnosis and be manifesting active symptoms, but it still does not equal incompetence. The symptoms must significantly interfere with the criteria, those 6 criteria, to fulfill Dusky.
And in this particular case, do the symptoms that Ms. Sulpizio is exhibiting interfere with her ability to satisfy the Dusky criteria?
In my opinion, no, and I think there's agreement among experts on some of the criteria in this case. Obviously, there's a disagreement on a few as well.
But that's not uncommon amongst state experts, is it?
That's correct.
The second area of inquiry or criteria is to appreciate the range and nature of penalties. And is Ms. Sulpizio likely to do that?
Yes, sir, she is. She indicated that she knew that death was a possibility. She knew these charges were obviously very serious. She knew which ones were felonies, which ones were misdemeanors. She said life in prison was not an option as a penalty, but death was a possible penalty. She said she knew the state was seeking the death penalty in her legal case. I think the idea that Lake County has already found her guilty and that somehow is affecting her ability to understand the potential penalties, I interpret her perception that Lake County has found her guilty differently, I believe, than Drs. Castillo and Dr. Harper.
And in what way, Doctor, if you would expound?
I think that in my opinion, her perception of that is not the product of psychosis, implying that somehow Lake County collectively is the trier of fact in this case. In my opinion, it speaks to what the headline said after the murders and the charges. I think the court of public opinion within Lake County has spoken, and in her perception of that, she feels as though she's been found guilty. But in my opinion, she understands who the trier of fact is in this case. And in my opinion, she's speaking to the court of public opinion as opposed to any decisional responsibility that the folks of Lake County have.
And is that particularly troubling to you in the context of this, which is a very high-profile case?
Well, it's significant because I have a feeling the public is outraged by what happened. And I could understand her perception that the folks of Lake County are against her or that they have found her guilty.
Okay. The third area of inquiry is whether or not Mr. Pizio was able to understand the adversarial nature of the legal process. Is she able to do that, Doctor?
Very much so, yes.
Explain, if you would, sir.
Well, she knew her attorney's, the adversarial nature. She knew her lawyer's name was Morris and that his job was to, quote, defend me, and that he was trying to get, quote, the best possible outcome for her in her legal case. She knew who the state attorney was and that the state attorney was not on her side and that the state attorney's office was trying to quote, convict me, end quote. She knew the role of the judge was to keep order in the court and that the court was in the middle in terms of any bias. The court was neither for her nor against her, but was neutral. I think which shows a degree of abstract thinking on her part. She said the jury was to judge guilty or not guilty and that the jury judges information for the case, and that she agreed that the jury judges witness testimony and, quote, physical pictures, end quote, in her legal case. So she knew the jury makes a determination based on evidence. She knew that her attorney was able to present evidence in her case to defend her. And she also knew that the jury, again, was neither for her nor against her, but they were in the middle as well. They were neutral. So collectively, she understands who her adversaries are and who is there to defend her, and also the neutrality of the trier of fact in this case. And so in my opinion, she fulfills criterion number 3, understanding the adversarial nature of the legal process.
The criterion number 4, capacity to disclose pertinent facts to counsel. And this is where the sensitive identity issue seems to have come into play in the earlier testimony. Do you believe that Ms. Pizio has the ability to disclose pertinent facts to the counsel?
Well, she did to me, so I'm an adversarial state-retained expert, and she literally told me facts of the case, and that's captured again on the video. She literally was able to take me, since it's in the video, from her bedroom, how she exited her house, what she was thinking and feeling, the position that she took after departing her home, what she found outside her home. And this is all identical to the factual information. She recalled what she did after she found her dogs shot in the front of the house. She then told me she made her way down her driveway.
Did she tell you which way she turned at the end of the driveway?
I happen to know which way she turned. And I asked her which way she turned, and she said, I turned to the right. And then she walked down to the neighbors, and she remembered assaulting her neighbor. She put her hands around her own neck, consistent with the allegations against her. She recalled law enforcement arriving and her reaching out to the law enforcement officer at the scene, which is consistent with one of her charges. And I'm the adversary. I'm the adversary in this relationship in the eyes, well, certainly of the defense. And if she's capable of recollecting facts that are pertinent to her defense to me, then she certainly should be capable of doing that to her trusted defense counsel.
Can you point the court to the timestamp within the video evaluation where that took place on?
It happened rather early on. That's why the evaluation, we really cut to the chase in this evaluation. It was around minute 5 or 6 or so. At around 4:45, actually, I asked an open-ended question, and then we get straight into what happened that night. I asked her, do you remember? And then she starts going into her memory about what occurred. And again, it's not just a memory about what happened. It's remembering what she was thinking and what she was feeling as well.
And just for the record, for the convenience of the court, the timestamps that you're using are not the date and time stamp that shows up on the video, rather the tracking stamp, the time track at the bottom?
Correct. That's the point in my evaluation in the 41 minutes. So this would be at around minute 5 or so in the evaluation. Frankly, the evaluation is chock full of information that is relevant to her own defense. I would encourage the court to watch all of it.
Okay. I don't think there's really any dispute about criteria number 5, that Ms. Lepizio is capable of exhibiting appropriate courtroom behavior.
If I could, just really quickly, there was one time at 16 minutes and 15 seconds in the evaluation where she said, "You're talking to Lucifer now," much to my surprise, because I noticed no change in affect, in emotional expression. I noticed no change in behavior. I certainly noticed no change in personality. So, since I was purportedly speaking to a different entity, I thought I'd ask some questions about Julia to see if Lucifer also knew these same things. And Lucifer knew all of them. So there was no change with regard to accessing historical, autobiographical information about Julie, nor, most importantly, information about the events and the sequence of events that occurred on the evening of August 2nd, 2024. It was a continuous stream of information. It didn't matter who she was presenting as. And that's what's important in this case. Just because there may be a symptom, there may be a perceived sense of identity shift, if the person continues to have access to the same stream of information, well, then there is a symptom in the absence of incompetency, because they can continue to produce the facts. I did not see an indication where an identity that was being presented as an alternative to Julie Lepizio was incapable of recall, whether it be autobiographical information or charge-specific information. It's in my evaluation.
And since that's really what we're here for, we're not necessarily debating what psychological diagnosis Ms. Lepizio should be given, if any. The significance is, and I'm going to try to restate this, probably fully, but there's transparency, if you will, between the various suggested alters or personalities, from Lucifer to Julie to whoever else.
Correct, and that's why I did not diagnose dissociative identity disorder. I diagnosed unspecified dissociative disorder. She does have some aspects of dissociation in response to stress. We talked before, Dr. Harper did, I believe, that dissociation is a defense mechanism. There are about 22 different defense mechanisms that folks typically employ under times of stress. And her version of this is a variation of dissociation. I'm not saying she doesn't dissociate. But what I am saying is that I don't think she fulfills criterion A in the DSM for dissociative identity disorder because of what I was able to see during my interview. She does dissociate, but it doesn't prevent her from accessing information germane to the defense of her charges.
You said that dissociation is one of 22 defense mechanisms. Can you give us another example that divorced from this case completely of how a hypothetical individual would use dissociation as a defense mechanism?
Well, they just might try to distance themselves from a situation that is highly stressful and confronts their ego or their identity. We've heard about driving down the road. That is indeed something that we do cognitively, where we start to, and I like the way Dr. Castillo, I think she described it as really more of a shift in focus, a shift in attention. I thought she did a good job stating that. And so, but it kind of is a form of dissociation. It's not a pathological form of dissociation, unless you crash, right? But you know, dissociating as opposed to association. We hear a lot these days about mindfulness, stay in the moment, because they want you to, you know, focus on all the things that the folks in the mindfulness realm want you to focus on, the here and now, right? This is kind of the opposite of dissociation. So sometimes it's useful to dissociate, whether you're a long-distance runner and you're at mile 8 into a 10-mile run and you're bored and you'd rather be doing something else. But you kind of go outside of your own mind and you start thinking about other things. That's a healthy use of a form of dissociation.
And there's no real issue about this physio's ability to manifest appropriate behavior in court.
Obviously, she sat quietly today. She was highly cooperative with me. Appeared to be cooperative with the other folks that evaluated her. I saw no issue at all with that.
Doctor, I mean, I know it's on the video. It's on the video, and you're welcome to watch that. But how would you describe the way Ms. Sulpizio presented herself to you? Was she cordial, hostile, polite, brusque? How would you describe her presentation?
Well, she's always polite. But she's depressed. That was one of my other findings. I think all of the examiners noticed blunt affect or sort of a depressive sense of emotional expression from her, kind of monotonic in her speech, kind of flat. But she was cooperative and answered all the questions as well as she could. And I had no issues with her. I thought we had good rapport under the circumstances.
Is her depression, as best you can tell, more is it situational, or is it something that's been a long-standing problem or figured out?
Well, I really, believe obviously she's gone through, a situation here that, obviously is a life-changing situation, not just for her, but for the victims. But I think she's consistently had mood dysfunction since this happened. I think she even described, with regard to the dissociation, that the symptoms started after she was incarcerated. She described that to Dr. Castillo. But I think the mood difficulty, primarily in the form of depressed mood, is a consistent finding across all examiners in all contexts.
Okay. And the final area of inquiry is whether or not Ms. Sulpizio has the ability and the capacity to testify relevantly if she chooses to do so. And do you have an opinion on that issue?
Yes, I think she can do that. I think she knows her charges. She knows potential penalties. She knows the adversarial context in which this case will proceed. She's capable of appropriate decorum within the courtroom. In my opinion, she's capable of reporting facts pertinent to the issues, her legal issues. She did it to me. I think she can do it with Mr. Carranza. And I do think that she can testify relevantly. We've heard a lot today about delusions and religiosity. But Ms. Sulpizio comes from a house that in the weeks preceding this incident, the family turned extremely religious. And Ms. Sulpicio is one of 4 people within that home that had adopted a profoundly serious perception of their relationship with their God. And the idea that satanic or demonic forces can influence other people is as common to modern day Christianity as anything I can think of. This is not the product of delusion, but social influence through negative, evil, or demonic forces to compel people to behave in certain ways. That's part of Christianity. And the idea that demonic forces could affect anybody at any time is within the realm of Christianity. This is not, in my opinion, a delusion. I think this is a cultural phenomenon within Christianity, and it became especially pronounced based on the evidence that occurred within the Sulpicio home. And this religiosity occurred in all 4 of them. This didn't just happen with Miss Sulpicio. It was all 4 of them. They believed that they were doing the inspired work of their God. And the product of this is nested in their version of modern-day Christian belief.
Did Ms. Sulpicio talk about or explain the entities, and the word was used, I think altars is another word, or whatever you want to call it, jumping from one person to another? What is that about?
I took the jumping thing to mean that negative spiritual forces can influence anyone at any time. And again, that is not atypical given a Christian orientation. That influence from evil, satanic, or demonic forces there's a spiritual warfare that is occurring in our world. That is a common Christian belief. It is not the product of psychosis in this particular case, in my opinion.
That was going to be my next question. Does Ms. Sulpicio present for someone who's
Licensed psychologist and clinical psychologist testifying right now on the stand in this competency hearing for a woman accused of ambushing and killing a Lake County deputy in that case that we have been following. Julie Sulpicio is her name, and you heard a lot of interesting testimony in this hearing. We are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. We've been live streaming the last 4.5 hours with you, and on this busy Friday, covered a lot of ground, heard from a lot of folks, and our live streaming does not stop here. We've got Fox 35.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.